Hey, Peter, how's it going? Oh, I should absolutely do that. Copy. Um, hello, Keta. Let's see. I want to add QR code website. Church of the Best Possible World. Oh, today. Load image to desktop. Work. Is it work? Is it work? Work. Logos. T-Jump logos. Memes? T-logo? No, not T-logo. Background banner? Nope, not background banner. Memes. It's probably under memes. Memes. Open. Create. Let's see here. So I got a website now. There's a website for this Church of the Best Possible World. Check out the website. Let me know what you think. Start your own meetup. That's going to be super helpful if you start a meetup and start promoting the morality conversations. That'd be great. Heartman Dupe. Hi, Kaim. Wow, that's big now. Hello, Roby. How's it going? Is it locked? It is locked. It's still locked. How do I unlock it? Port stage. Settings. Permissions. Oh, I think I fixed it. Now it should be public. All right, now it's public. Thank you, Kaim. What's up?
Yo, hello, T-John.
How's it going?
It's me, David. I just changed my name. So I want to ask you this question. So when I talked to you before, you said law of attraction doesn't work.
Yeah, there's no such law unless you mean like gravity. There's no such law.
You don't think that focus? I want to know from your perspective. Do you think that focus equals attraction?
I don't know what that even means.
The more focus, you don't know focus. When you focus on something, do you think you can attract it more easily?
No, you don't attract it. Like if you focus on something, you can use your intellect to come up with ideas to get the thing, and the more you think about it, the more likely you are to get successful plans to get the thing. But you don't attract the thing. No, the thing isn't attracted to you simply by you thinking about it.
Sure. So you get more ideas of it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I missed the last week debate, but I heard you wanted evidence for a god and stuff, and people couldn't provide you good evidence.
Sure.
So what do you think about the Spinoza God? Do you think that's the most because that's one of the gods, energy, light,
Pantheism.
matter.
Pantheism.
It's not Spinoza.
Yeah, pantheism is Spinoza.
Ah, it's the same thing. Okay, sure.
Yep.
Do you think that's like a god too? Do you think that could be a god too?
No, because pantheism is just nature. No consciousness.
But nature sets out like objective laws or objective rules.
No consciousness. God is consciousness, a mind
Yeah.
doing stuff.
Well, I mean, it depends on how you view God. Like the definition from God, God came like from Christianity, right? So,
No.
uh, the omnipotent, but usually me, I define like God as omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient. Just has to have those three things. It doesn't need to be a loving God for me personally. Uh, so, what I wanted to say is basically, like subconscious, like when I'm talking about law of attraction, like me personally, my prayer, me personally, when I pray, right, it doesn't work. Like when I was Christian, my prayers don't like work. You know, when I pray, it
Yep.
never works. But like when I like subconsciously, use my body, I guess, to like uh, attract things, it works. You know, for me, for example, I like there's like this. I don't know how to explain it, but do you know metaphysical energy? Like metaphysical energy?
Metaphysics is the fundamental nature of reality. So far, the only metaphysical energy is physical energy.
Well, I'm talking like we're gonna go like really deep down, like spiritual energy type of stuff. You know,
Doesn't exist. It's imaginary.
how is it imaginary?
What?
How is spiritual energy imaginary?
It was made up in people's imagination and doesn't exist in reality.
What? No, it's literally energy that is that is connected. That's energy that's connected that
In your
can't be
imagination.
transferred. That's no, it's not imagination though.
Okay, how do you show it's not imagination?
Okay, so wait, so you think it's imagination?
Yep.
Okay, sure. Would that make it true?
Not outside of your imagination.
What? What? Wait, T-Jump, but the last time we talked, you said like if I had like I made like the pair of stockings analogy, right? So it's like you said like it exists, objectively exists within reality,
Your
and it's something objective.
imagination exists objectively. But if you want to say the thing you are imagining exists objectively, it would have to exist outside of your imagination.
Well, but wait. No, but the concept of things outside of imagination only exists. That's the problem, right? So if I would die, right, all of the concepts of the other things would be gone.
That
That's
makes
the
it
problem.
subjective. So if the things are subjective, then they're contingent on your imagination. So like if you're imagining a unicorn and you die, the unicorn goes away. That means it was contingent on your imagination. So
Yes,
if a
yes, but
rock
that's just
exists, if you die, the rock is unaffected, which means the rock is independent of imagination.
yeah, but that's the thing. That's the thing I'm trying to get at. So, everything around us is built on the concept of how we view things, right?
No.
Because if I die, right, I won't see my TV
Reality does
anymore,
not
right?
care about what you think, ever.
I don't. I have to disagree with that. With me personally, with my personal experiences, you know,
Your personal
like
experiences don't matter. Science has proven personal experiences are garbage, and they don't tell us anything.
that's not true.
Yeah, it is.
How do you know this is true? Is that your personal experience too?
It's called an anecdotal fallacy. We've named it. So personal experiences are anecdotal fallacies that have been tested by science to show that they don't correspond to reality. And so you need something to verify that your experience corresponds to reality. In order for it to be trustworthy, simply the fact that you have a personal experience is nothing.
Okay, what if it's a personal experience that everyone else can experience?
Then
Would that make it objective?
Personal experience means everyone else can't experience it.
Oh, sure. Oh no, but like like if someone would like no, because actually in science, right? Because in science they're like making this thing where you can look at your head, like look at your brain, and they can look at like what you was thinking before,
Yeah. So
So
you have a subjective experience, and then they look at the fMRIs, which shows your brain, and that is not subjective experience. The looking at your brain is not subjective experience.
but you make your experiences from your head, or not?
Sort of, but your personal experience and them looking at your brain, which is not personal experience, are two different things.
I mean, that's only if you account that they don't look at your head. Yeah, then I agree with you then.
Okay.
So why do you not like believe in a god? Like, I just want to like
Because
know
there's
from
no
your
evidence.
perspective. There's evidence. Come on.
What's
I
the
would
evidence?
I would understand. I would understand why you would not believe like the Christian gods and like other stuff.
What's the evidence?
But like, well, the evidence is you.
I can be fully explained without a god, so I'm not evidence of a god.
Well, wait, no, that's not true. So, so you don't know that energy can't be neither can't be created or destroyed. You know that?
Yeah, it's the first law of thermodynamics.
Yes. So, and energy. Would you agree that energy is omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent?
No,
Or what? Okay, what of the attributes or properties you not agree with?
it's not omnipotent. It can't do anything. It's not omnipresent. It's not everywhere, and it doesn't know
It,
everything. Doesn't know anything.
wait. So wait. What? Wait. Energy. Did you figure that? So when you're talking to me right now, you're using energy.
Yep.
It's the ability to do work.
Yep.
So you don't think when you're talking or when you're running at all, you're not using energy
Like
to
how
move
does
things?
your brain connect anything I just said to that sentence?
What do you mean?
So I said energy is not omnipotent. Omnipotent means it can do all logically possible things. Energy can't do all logically possible things. It doesn't have the ability to just do anything. It isn't omnipresent. It doesn't exist everywhere. There are places where there are nothing there. It's just nothing.
Wait. Give me like wait.
And it's
So
shush,
wait.
shush, and it's not omnipotent. It has no, or omniscient. It's not omniscient. It has no knowledge. There's no knowledge.
Wait. Wait. So no. So you don't think it's no knowledge in the energy?
Obviously, it has no mind. Knowledge is a justified true belief. If a thing doesn't have a mind, it has no beliefs, so it has no knowledge.
Okay. So that's like one of like the properties you like disagree with, or you disagree with all of them. So I mean, you don't think energy is all powerful at all?
No, because all powerful means you can do all logically possible things. Energy can't.
So tell me some things energy can't do.
Produce an apple.
Apple.
I want you to tell the energy in your hand to produce an apple. Go.
Sure.
Does your hand turn into an apple?
Yes.
Okay, good for you. WizKid, what do you got?
What's going on? I just had you hear me? I just had a few questions for you. So you say you don't believe in a God. What makes you atheist? First off, what makes you atheist?
God is an imaginary concept in humans. All the evidence shows it doesn't exist. It's more rational to believe that there is no God.
Okay, and I would say to that, yeah, you say imaginary. Yeah, okay. But the way I see it, the imaginary, or what you call imaginary, can be considered real, as real. Like that does I don't see it like discrediting its how real it is, or that it exists. So that's my main point. What do you think about that?
What does exist mean?
exists. I mean, like basically what can be experienced.
That's stupid. What does exist mean?
Being present in some sort of reality.
Sure. And then what does objective mean?
Objective means basically it applies to everything universally.
No. Do rocks
What does it
objectively
mean?
exist?
Only to only to people who have five senses.
No, that's stupid. What does the word subjective mean? What does the word objective mean?
You tell me, because I gave you a definition. And, you know,
Subjective means contingent on opinions, feelings, intuitions. Objective means not contingent on opinions, feelings, intuitions. So if something objectively exists, that means it exists regardless of any mind. If it subjectively exists, that means it only exists because a mind is thinking of it. So for something to subjectively exist means it exists in your imagination. For something to objectively exist means it exists outside of your imagination.
Yeah, I understand objective versus subjective. But what I'm saying is just because it's subjective doesn't discredit its validity.
Validity is when premises lead to a conclusion. So it has nothing to do with validity. If something subjectively exists, like a unicorn, that means, and it does not objectively exist, that means it does not exist independent of your imagination. Therefore, the object in and of itself does not exist.
No, it just exists subjective. It still exists.
No, you don't understand the words. So if I say unicorns exist, that sentence means they exist independent of my imagination. If they do not exist independent of my imagination, then they do not exist.
But you don't agree that unicorns don't exist doesn't mean they don't exist.
I don't care what you think. What you think doesn't matter. What matters is what do people mean by the words? How are the words used in English and other languages? In English and other languages, when people say a unicorn exists, that sentence means the unicorn exists independent of our imagination. What you mean by the words doesn't matter. No one cares what you mean. What we care about is what English speakers mean, what other speakers mean in other languages. When someone says a unicorn exists, what they mean by that sentence is a unicorn exists independent of our imagination. And so, if there is no unicorn independent of our imagination, then unicorns do not exist.
No, because that's, I mean, you're presupposing something. Like I could just say unicorns exist without adding they exist independent of my imagination.
Then you're just not using English. You're using a different language, your own made up language.
No, that's just the language of imagination, which does exist.
No.
It's evident in our reality.
No.
Like it's evident in all we see on our
No, you're just making up your own
dude.
usage of the words, which no one cares about. You're only allowed to use words in the way that the society uses the words. You have to make up your own words.
Atheists don't care about. I mean,
this has nothing to do with atheists. When Christians say a God exists, do they mean he exists independent of their imagination? This is a yes or no question.
Yes.
Yes, they do. Congratulations. When people who think UFOs exist, do they say exist independent of their imagination?
Yes.
Loch Ness Monster. When people think they believe in the Loch Ness Monster, they believe it exists independent of their imagination.
Yes.
And when someone's thinking of Santa Claus and they think Santa Claus exists, do they mean exists independent of their imagination?
But the difference between physical reality and imagination.
When any human being says they believe something exists, do they mean exists independent of their imagination? When they use that word, what does it mean? Your mic is gone. I can't hear you at all. Your mic is broken.
Bro, your mic is low.
So, I mean, all I wanted to say was imagination is just as real even though it can't be seen in physical reality, doesn't mean
Yes, your
that it doesn't
imagination is real,
exist.
but the things, if you are imagining a unicorn and you ask, do unicorns exist? If they only exist in your imagination, the answer is no, because the word exists in English and other languages refers to things independent of your imagination.
Don't see as God existing outside of me.
I don't care. I
That's
don't care
not
how you
how
use
I'm
the
not
word.
coming
I
from
don't
a
care.
Christian point of view. I'm not coming from a religious
Well,
point
I
of
don't
view.
care. I don't care what
Well,
your
I
point of view is. All I care about is how do most speakers use the word. If you have a
I mean,
proprietary iconoclastic way of using the word, that's your problem. You need to make up a new word for what you mean.
well,
It's not the word that everyone else is using.
well, it's not everyone else because everyone else doesn't see existence as something only
Well, no,
existing in
no,
physical
you're not getting it.
reality.
You're not getting it. I don't care how you are using the word. Words are a product of society, and so words meanings are established by society. So if you want to mean something different than society, you need to use a different set of words.
Say this then. Um, the imagination is substantial in our reality and it's evident in our reality and can be
Irrelevant.
quantified.
You're not addressing what I just said.
T-Jump, I want to ask you like this quick question. Oh wait,
Yeah. What's the question?
T-Jump, I want to ask this really quick question. So basically, so you don't believe that you know what we think it changes anything,
What
right? That's what you believe.
it changes what you're thinking about.
Yeah, but doesn't it influence?
Yeah. So would you agree with this analogy then? I know I made like a dumb analogy before, but I'll try to make this one good. Do you believe that when you make thoughts and then put emotion to those thoughts, do you believe that those become beliefs when you put emotion to your thoughts?
You don't put emotion in anything.
Wait, so the way I'm trying to get is that if you let's say you have a thought about God, right? You have a thought of like something that let's say wouldn't like really exist within reality. Then you put emotion to that. Would you not think it becomes a
You don't
belief?
put emotion in anything. Emotion is something that happens subconsciously.
So wait, so emotion is something that happens subconsciously.
Yes, clearly.
So no one consciously puts emotion to their thoughts.
No, you don't have control over your emotions like that.
That's I don't know about that, but sure. I mean, but would you agree that subconsciously would make that a belief then,
What?
if you would like put emotion,
That
like
doesn't make
if I
sense.
would put emotion to,
So, like, emotion is
so
a
it's like
result of something. Your brain has stimulus. The stimulus generates emotion.
yeah. So, but so you don't think that like when you have emotion, so when you have like emotion, you don't think it's a result of your thoughts then?
What? No, your emotion
For
happens.
example, if you think let's say if you think someone like hurt you and stuff, then you would get emotion of being sad or not.
No, the emotion happens subconsciously. So the emotion is a
So you
result.
don't think it happens consciously then?
Right.
You don't think someone can consciously be like angry at someone?
No,
They can only be subconsciously angry.
literally, it's a different part of the brain. Your emotions are controlled by a more primal part of your brain.
So you don't think you can control your brain?
Very limited amounts of it.
That's no. Okay, but T-Jump, this is actually pretty funny because it's actually possible to control your brain. It's just to tell you.
Okay, I
Uh,
want you.
people can.
Wait. I want you to believe the world is flat. Go.
Yes, no problem.
Good luck with that.
Yes, thank you. Anyways, so So the analogy I'm trying to make is that I'll just make this quick analogy. So, thoughts. If you add emotion to thoughts, then it becomes a belief. If you add, when you have a belief, you look for proof.
No,
That's what happens. You look for conviction
no,
for something.
no. There are
That's what
lots.
that's what I
You can
think.
have lots of beliefs with no proof. Like you don't need proof for beliefs. It's not how it works.
No. Yeah, no, sure. There are some beliefs without proof, but it's based on like the feelings and how like they felt in that moment. They get sometimes. That's what I meant really by when you add emotion to your thoughts, then it could become a belief. So the thing I'm trying to get at is that when you have a belief, you search for proof to then, let's say, confirm the belief you had.
No.
That's what. So no. So you don't. So when you have something you believe in, you don't look for proof of it.
Right.
Let's say I believe that my like PFP is bad. Example. I would look for proof. I would ask people now, and if I get conviction of that, then I would start to believe that more. You don't think that would happen?
What's your favorite anime?
Jujutsu Kaisen, Blue Lock.
Are you
I guess.
looking for proof of that? Or have you like done an analysis to prove that that's your favorite belief? Have you like measured the electrons in your brain to determine that that's your favorite belief, your favorite anime?
Yeah.
No.
No, and I like not measure the electrons, but like I definitely
sought proof of this because you don't care. Like it's your belief. Who cares? Like if we could actually go into your brain and prove there's a different one, like you don't care.
I think I would.
That's dumb.
If there's a better anime, I think I would. That's with any anime. Come on, bro.
You're not understanding the words.
What do you mean? Like if someone like would try to change what I would like or something? You mean like that?
No.
Okay. I just want to understand what you're trying to say. Yeah, but it's just like it's more like that. So you don't think that could be a possibility, like that analogy that I made, or does that analogy only work subconsciously?
Oh, it's stupid.
Dang! I made another stupid analogy. Dang.
Yep.
Is Untangelo online, bro? Because I want to get him up here. I want to kind of debate him.
Who?
Untangelo. Is he on like online?
You'd have to go find him. I don't know.
I thought you guys like were friends because you guys like always like talk together. So the reason why you don't believe in God is because there's not a lot of evidence. That's what you plan to say.
There's no evidence.
So what made you like? I'm guessing you're a Christian, right? You used to be Christian.
Sure.
When you was a Christian, what didn't work out for you?
The lack of evidence.
Lack of evidence. Sure. For what though? Like for the supernatural stuff in the Bible?
For anything that exists independent of my imagination that corresponds to the beliefs that are asserted in the Bible or any holy book.
Independent of your beliefs. So historical facts.
Yes, relating to
historical evidence would be a good one.
Right.
But
Noah didn't exist. Adam and Eve didn't exist. Moses didn't exist. The first person in the Bible was David.
So scientists actually figured out that the Garden of Eden might actually have existed.
No.
Actually looking down into
no.
it. Why no?
Because there's no evidence of it.
Well, no. So I just said like the scientists did some research about it, and they figured out that there might actually be a Garden of Eden out there.
Didn't happen.
Do you have any proof that didn't happen?
Wait, why is the live chat not showing up? That's weird. Test. Huh. Anything actually substantive to say?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, do you have any proof that it didn't happen? TJ?
You hold the burden of proof.
Wait. So, you know what you said? Yeah, sure. I'll hold the burden of proof. Sure, I'll give you proof for that soon. Well, that it could exist. Yes, sure. It's not even 100%. I'm just said it could. But yeah, T-John. So when you said it doesn't exist, did you just say that out of just your own intuition,
No evidence exists.
or did you say it based? Well, you said it doesn't exist. It wouldn't exist. It doesn't exist. The people didn't exist. So do you have any evidence of that? Because I made a claim and you made a claim. So
Yeah,
you kind of
said
have to
scientists
back out
said
claims.
the God could exist. That doesn't happen. There's no such study. Find me the study.
No. Just because Adam and Eve might have existed, or God and Eden might have existed, doesn't mean that God would have existed. The actual God from the Bible would
has
exist.
ever made any paper that has indicated that.
And by the way, actually, you said that the objects around us are independent of our mind. For example, the moon, the sun.
Yep.
These are independent of our minds and stuff. But actually, they operate on almost the same level. They operate on the same things that we do. Actually, energy, frequency, a light. They operate on all of the same stuff. So,
Right.
and we are kind of connected to the universe in a way, right? If you think about
Literally
it.
in it. Congratulations.
What do you mean? There can be separation and replication.
That makes no
So
sense at all.
you know what I mean. You know zeta. So zeta is like this equal amount of negatives, equal amount of positives. They cancel each other out, and it's zero. It's zero,
Well, that's dumb.
but it's still positive negative.
It's dumb. Try making an argument with premises and a conclusion. See how well that goes.
Premises and conclusions. What do you mean? Like, give you an article and something like that.
No, like premises and a conclusion.
Okay. Let's see. So, what conclusion do you want it to be, though?
It's your argument.
What? I mean, you're the boss here, bro.
Yes.
So I mean, that's
you
kind
have to
of
make an argument with premises and a conclusion.
okay. Premises and conclusion. So first premise is the reason why actually God exists is because there needs to be a bound or a unity of things in the universe for things to be whole together. That's a really simple conclusion, right? Without actually think about it, without actually a God, without any shape or form of a God or anything that is higher than us in a way, we can't be grounded. We would fall apart.
Doesn't make any sense.
Like
here's
how does that not make sense?
Premise 1: all men are mortal.
Yeah.
Premise 2: Socrates is a man. Conclusion: Socrates is mortal. That's an argument. You see, I start with the premise that has an entailment. X, if P, then Q. Then you say P, then you say therefore Q. That's how an argument works.
So I can't have a debate with you, T-Jump, bro. Like, what if I do like the Paris-Dawkins analogy, but like better. Not that. I just like
Paris-Dawkins, who is that?
the one from yesterday. Yesterday was last week or 2 weeks ago. The one from 2 weeks ago, I think. Like, I can make the Paris-Dawkins analogy again, but I can make it better. I won't make like the same mistake. I won't make the same mistake. You know, T-Jump.
Doesn't make any sense, but you can try.
Yeah. So, I'm just gonna use what you said before. So you don't really I made like the mistake of saying you add space, right? You don't add any space, when you stretch it. You just you take space by stretching it. That's what you said. And so the thing is with this is, do you think that we can do you think we're four-dimensional beings?
Yes.
Wait, so you think we're just more than space?
Space and time are 4 dimensions.
Space is three-dimensional though.
And time is 4th dimension.
Yes, but that's only if you operate on time. Think about it, right? We don't actually operate
Space
on.
and time are the same thing.
They're the same thing.
Yes, that's why it's called space-time. Space-time, no spaces.
Okay, so we're 3 and 4th dimensional then.
Sure.
Okay. So the analogy I'm trying to make, right, is just like, because we're like frozen light. You know what frozen light? We're frozen light basically. So
no, that makes zero sense.
How it makes 0 sense? We're literally matter. Matter is frozen light.
No.
What?
Yo, how you doing?
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, no, I'm good then. So I'm not actually here to debate you, particularly on the topics of theology or any ontological basis. I'm here just to have a bit of a conversation on the phenomenology of religion and faith as a biological function, and how we could potentially integrate these elements into modern milieu adjusted to modern rationale. So I guess we'll start with, what do you think of religion?
I think religion is very beneficial, psychologically.
Yeah, beautiful, same. Yeah, exactly, same. Yeah, I think there can be quite a paracool perspective of religion just because of the misdeeds that certain individuals will commit in the name of religion. And I just want to see if you were that kind of atheist.
Yeah, so I did a debate against R and Ra on, does religion cause more harm than good in society? My position was that it did more good, and I presented a whole bunch of studies and stuff in the debate. It should be up on my second channel, the T-Jump Gaming channel. And I also started a religion, an atheist religion called the Church of the Best Possible World. It has a website. It's linked on my Discord and stuff.
What's it called?
Church of the Best Possible World.
Okay, so a humanist perspective.
Yep.
Yeah, the rise of nuns is, it's on the rise. I have looked into a couple of humanist churches, particularly in Europe, and it's quite growing in America.
Yep, like Sunday Assembly, the Unitarian Universalists, just to name a few.
Yeah, for sure. And I think there's this element that we should consider. Perhaps we should focus less on the evaluation of the realness of, say, gods, or the truth of religions, and perhaps maybe more focus on the influence and significance that it has on the observer, which is in fact very real.
Well, I think you can do both.
But it begs the question of like, does it matter whether God is real if it produces such beneficial effects for the individual and the broader society?
Sort of. Like, if you can achieve the benefits while having a true belief, then achieving the benefits plus the true belief would be preferable to achieving the benefits with the false belief, presumably.
The true belief of what that God isn't real?
Well, you would presumably make a religion like, my religion is based on my model of morality, which I think is correct. And so if you can replace the God belief or whatever with a belief that is something beneficial and corresponds to reality, that would be better than one that is beneficial but
Yeah,
doesn't correspond to reality. So
for
it doesn't
sure.
just mean not
For sure.
God. It would usually presumably add something else to it as well.
Yeah. No, I 100% agree. And so I think there is this massive misconception that we are living in this increasingly secularized global society, when actually spirituality is still of increasing importance. And near religions are replacing traditional ones, like the one that you've created, which is centered more around, ideologies that are fixed more around, modern rationale and modern morality. Not to get into the topic of, objective or relative morality, but yeah.
Yes, and that is the
I
goal
think,
of my church for sure, is to promote the same social and moral benefits that religion provides while focusing on something that's more accurate, like, because the Christian God drowned babies, there's lots of slavery in the Bible, lots of bad things. And so if we have a religion that has the good aspects of religion and has an accurate, up-to-date morality, that would be superior to the garbage old religions that are made by goat herders.
yeah, traditional religions. So with that sort of logic, could we say that we will have to continually update religions as time goes on?
If you simply wrote
like,
the religion to meet the current moral standard and didn't incorporate the way it will change in the future, then you would have to keep changing it. Yes, if you write a model that has the correct pattern of change and will predict how it will change in the future and gets it right for the future, then perpetually, then you won't need to continue changing it, because it will get the changes right in the future. And that's the goal of mine, based off moral progress.
Yeah, so there is an inherent limitation with traditional religions, that they are quite powerful in nature.
There's a limitation that they're powerful.
No, paracle, like paracalism, which, well, the first definition relates to parishes, but the second definition is narrow-minded, and I suppose quite fixed in their times.
Some religions, not all religions.
They're not.
So like Jainism, I think, is perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Like, it's consistent with pretty much all times. There's no God in it. It's just about being moral. Probably has the most moral view of any of them. I don't think it's necessarily going to change, but if you're going based off of the broad definition of change at any time in the future ever, well, then science would also meet that definition. And so I don't think it's a relevant criticism. I think the criticism you're going for is more that the religions that are dogmatic and say they can't change based on a specific moral view within a time period, like 2,000 years ago, those are definitely wrong and would need to change to accommodate reality. But if you're trying to make any ideology,
the catechism's quite fixed.
For any ideology, if you're trying to make it correspond to reality, it's going to have to change with new information. That would be a good thing, not a bad thing. It's what science does.
I agree. So how would you define religion?
Usually it's just any social gathering built around some kind of a common ideology that is, I forget what it's called, worshipped of some kind. What's the word? Raised to the level of worship or something. Apogee? No, it's not it. It's not, is it? I don't think so.
I would say that it actually extends religion in its operational definition would extend past.
Apotheosis. That's it. It's apotheosis. The word of
apotheosis. That's a great word. I love that word. That's a great word. But I would agree with the first half of your definition, but not with the second half. Because if you consider how the word religion can be used out of the context of supernatural belief or out of the context of deities. I would say that a religion is an ideology of beliefs and practices that influence an individual's code of conduct. I think that's a skeleton definition.
Well, that would mean like conservatism would be a religion based off that definition. So I think that
Exactly.
I think that would not.
But it can be.
I don't think so. No, like because there's legal requirements for what a
It is.
religion actually
So-
constitutes, and has to usually involve some kind of
Legal requirements.
Yeah.
Oh, to call you an organization to call, well, not an organization, but like a group to call themselves a religion.
Yeah.
Is that what
like
you mean?
literally there's a set of
Yeah,
requirements that you have to meet.
Yeah.
Because I have
Yeah,
my church.
I wasn't talking specifically institutional.
Well, I think the
go on.
institutional limitations are important. I think it's an accurate representation of what the difference is between religion and conservatism. I think they got that right with the. So like when you apply for a 501c3 tax exemption, you have to meet a certain set of criteria to differentiate yourself from a political organization or from a hobby organization to show you're actually a religion. And I think those definitions are correct. So my church got 501c3 nonprofit
Yeah.
status, which is cool.
For sure. I am talking outside. Okay, so you seem old enough. Do you ever watch Seinfeld?
Yeah. It was a terrible
Yeah.
show.
George Costanza.
Absolutely terrible.
Oh fuck! So you didn't watch all of it?
No, I got bored within the first like 30 seconds. Like these jokes are terrible.
Ah, fuck. All right. Yeah. Look, it's definitely a period piece. Okay. Well, for example, George Costanza. He's every gut instinct that he acts on has gotten him nowhere in life. He says. And so then all of a sudden, he's like, well, if every instinct that he thought to be right was incorrect, then every instinct that he has to be wrong must be correct. He tries it out. His life, becomes wonderful. All these great opportunities happen. And he says to Jerry and Elaine, like, no, this is something, all right? This is my religion. And you could just say, well, look, that's just a bit of a joke in a TV show. But I think it really can extend past just dogmatic religion, these traditional style religions that we think of. Okay, so I actually, bit of context, I do study religious history, in particular with an interest in religious research. That's actually my bit of a career goal for me.
Career goal. Are you
Religious researcher.
so like McDonald's?
What? No, I should probably say as well, I'm religiously unaffiliated. I also don't believe in God. But I think it's really interesting, the phenomenological perspective, sociological perspective, the biological function of faith. And, you did agree that there are benefits to religion onto society, and even more so to the point on the point of faith. If you liken the characteristics of faith to hope, to trait hope, and how it can actually give us the energy needed to persevere through hardship. And so if we consider how faith is actually a function that we've developed not only to contribute to our survival as a species, but also to contribute to our ability to thrive. There are a lot of atheists, not saying that you were one of them, of course I checked, but there are a lot of atheists who would argue there is no need for faith, it's purely imaginary, it's a futile phenomena that we can do away with. But actually, I would like to argue that it isn't. There's been a bunch of research done on measuring hope, and in stressful situations, and some cases near-death experiences. They've tested it out. In particular, this one study that I'm thinking of from the 50s or 60s. They've tested it out with mice. And when there is a display of hope, you will persevere through these hard times to get you over the line to be able to survive. You could say like it's purely psychosomatic, but these psychosomatic effects, the body, mind, it is holistic, and so your state of mind does actually have an effect on your physiology, on your body,
Sure.
the physiology. So I like to consider that. when people might feel like they need something else to get them through their lives, that they will turn to a religion, this kind of faith, and how this function has actually been developed through evolution and has a purpose. And I wonder, even though I agree that these traditional style religions might be antiquated and aren't as relevant as they used to be in the current milieu, religions in general do still have a place in society.
Well, I would agree that they're functional, so they do definitely have a place in society. But I don't think, I think the point that most atheists make is that it isn't required to have faith and you can gain all of the benefits without the faith, which is true. You don't need the faith to get the benefits. I think the part that they normally miss is that while it is true that many humans can get all the benefits without the faith, many can't. And so that there's a spectrum of requirements for different people with different needs. And so many people can find more of a benefit with faith and don't have the ability to process through the information to gain the benefits through another more academic or intellectual means, which requires more work.
Yeah, I did watch an interview with a representative of this one humanist religion, Houston Oasis, in America. And that's essentially what they said. They wanted the benefits of the religion, but they didn't want to have the faith in something that they felt like they couldn't know for sure. And I'm sure you've gotten this point many times, but it's something that I've contemplated. What do you normally say to that when people come at you with that?
Which thing specifically?
So on the topic of a deity in general, if you say, well, prove that God exists, and they say, I can't, but then they say to you, prove that he doesn't exist. Can you prove it? It's something I've had said to me.
I wouldn't, you can't prove anything other than you exist, or 1 + 1 = 2, or logic or something, but you can provide significant evidence it doesn't exist.
So simply the absence of something, or our inability to perceive the existence of something, does not necessarily mean that it doesn't exist.
Right. So that would be an argument from ignorance to say that because you don't know of something that doesn't exist, but you can provide evidence it doesn't exist. Like the evidence that God doesn't exist is the fact that everything humans come up with starts as imaginary until demonstrated it has evidence. So we come up with lots of imaginary things, fairies, unicorns, leprechauns, Thor. The fact that we come up with it in our heads is not evidence it's real. It's evidence it's imaginary. So by definition, it starts off as imaginary. And until we have evidence for it, we are justified in believing it's only imaginary because it came from human brains, and most of the things human brains come up with are imaginary.
Objective evidence that is independent from human influence. No, I agree.
Well, just anything that can differentiate imagination from reality. So it doesn't need to be independent of human influence. It just needs to be able to differentiate imagination from reality.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's something that people have posed to me a few times. I'm like, well, fuck, maybe I can't prove it. Maybe I can't prove that a God doesn't exist.
Well, I would say that there's lots of self-contradictory properties in most definitions of gods. You can prove they don't exist. You could disprove the historical claims in the Bible, so you can prove that one's wrong.
Yeah. No, of course, that stuff. Yeah, there are so many limitations when reviewing literary artifacts that are 2,000 years old. Just so fucking out of context.
But for a general God, I'd say that you don't need to prove Santa Claus doesn't exist. You don't need to go to the North Pole and prove he's not there. It's impossible to do that. All you need to do is show that there's reason to believe he's a construction of human imagination. And if you can have a reason to believe he's a construction of human imagination, that applies as a defeater, where you can say, now this thing likely does not exist, or it only exists in imagination. So if we have justified reason to believe it's a figment of human imagination, that's a good reason to conclude it is not real.
To jump back onto the topic of
One sec.
religion
Frank
itself, rather than
said Frank had a question. Frank wanted to come up and ask a question.
Hey Tom, how you doing?
All right, you're very quiet though. I can't hear you barely.
Can you hear me better?
A little bit, but not much.
Turn your mic up.
So just put your mic right next to your mouth and then speak.
All right, what about now?
That's a lot better.
Okay, I'm just screaming into my computer now.
That works.
All right, I hope everything's going well with you, Tom. You know, I'm gonna keep supporting your church, and hopefully I become a worker or something, some sort of member.
Oh yeah, anybody can actually start right now. All you need to do is create a meetup group on meetup.com or Eventbrite or Facebook groups or whatever, and just host like meetups, talk about the morality or the church or whatever. And that's the biggest thing, the biggest step we need right now to grow is people starting meetup groups and giving out pamphlets or whatever to promote it.
Okay, sounds good. I can definitely start doing that.
Awesome, appreciate it.
So my question was, so you know how you say that a quantum field is like the fundamental whatever principle?
Yeah, fundamental nature of reality.
Right, yes. Now, would you say that there were fluctuations going on before, like in eternity past, in these quantum fields?
Maybe, maybe not. Depends, because there are other fields outside of time, and those other fields can have fluctuations in them. And so it could be the case that there are fluctuations outside of space-time that could have been happening sort of for an eternity, because it's outside of space-time. So it's not really, eternity is usually referencing the space-time field. And so if this is a different field outside of space-time, it may not apply, the word eternity may not apply to that.
Okay. I was just wondering because, like, I always imagine like something needed to cause that quantum field to change from its previous state in order for the universe to be like to give rise to the universe. If that makes sense. Like,
Yeah. So like, how did
Yeah.
the universe come into existence at time 37 instead of time
Right.
1?
Right. You got it.
So like, you can set a timer, right? Like a timer only goes off after 5 minutes. And so there could be a thing in the nature of the quantum field that only happens intermittently. So you can say the current theory of the origin of the universe is caused by a fluctuation of a very big amount that caused all of the energy in the universe. And there's lots of these fluctuations that happen all over the time, all over the universe, where virtual particles pop in and out of existence. But for one that's big enough to create the entire universe is going to be very rare. And so the amount of time prior to the universe's creation, there could have been lots of just individual particles popping in and out of existence, but none of the fluctuations were big enough to create the universe. And so if the nature of the quantum field is that a super big fluctuation to create the universe only happens once every 8 billion years or something, that would explain why there was a large portion of time where there was no universe and then a universe came into existence. And so if the nature of the quantum field is such that whatever event caused it is a rare event, then it could explain any amount of time prior where nothing happened, essentially.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's all I needed to know.
Yep.
And I hope everything goes well with you, man. And you know, I'll be watching on YouTube. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And anybody interested, create a meetup group, Church of the Best Possible Worlds, get some membership going. And you can use our tax exempt status and buy buildings and stuff. Get a church going. That'd be great. Host debates.
Cool, man. Talk to you later.
Yep. See ya.
T-John, I just want to say something real quickly. So you said I just after this real quick. So you said things that exist outside of our imagination is objective.
Yeah, things that exist outside of our imagination objectively exist. Yes.
Okay, so God is outside of imagination, though.
No, God only exists in people's imagination, like Santa Claus and unicorns and
No,
fairies.
that's not true. Okay, so if you add aspects from your imagination, sure, but you don't know what God is, really. You really don't know what God is.
God is
So
a
how do you know that it's not?
space-time that created everything else. That's what
How
God
do you
is.
know, how do you know that? That's from people's imagination, right?
Yes, that's how they use the word. So if they define the word to have a certain set of properties, then that's what the word means. That's how definitions work.
Yeah, but that's the imagination then. So
Right. So if you're saying something else exists that isn't that definition, then you're saying there's some other word that has some other set of properties that exist, which is not a God, because a God has a certain set of properties, which are not the things you're saying exist. So it's not a God.
yes, but you kind of have to admit that but if you have to kind of agree what you said yourself, because if we then define what God is, then it would kind of be in the end subjective, right? It wouldn't be objective. The definition wouldn't be objective because there is no proof.
No
There's no
definitions are
proof.
objective. No definitions are ever objective. Definitions are never ever objective.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So
definitions are
it
not
never.
discovered, they're
Wait.
created. So what are you basing God, the existence of God on, the truth of God on, if not the word of other human beings
So
that have told you?
wait, no, sure. We're not so sure. So they're not objective, right? The definitions are not objective, right?
Yes,
TJ?
words are all subjective.
Yes, exactly. So if you guys agree on this, then how do you guys really know and truly know what God is?
Because
It could be objective. It could objectively exist
No.
outside of imagination. We just don't know what it is.
There is
Think
no
about it, TJ.
objective what this word means. So what this word God means is purely subjective.
No, not this word. No, not the word. The concept. What is the objective concept?
Concepts and words are synonyms. So words are concepts. Concepts are words. What you're asking about is what if there is such a thing as a God that objectively exists? Does the properties of that thing correspond to the definition? The answer is no. Those are separate concepts. They're separate ideas. Does the word as we define it correspond to reality? No, it's imaginary. Is there something else in reality that has some similar set of properties that could be called a God in some sense? No one cares.
Wait. So you kind of agreed that there is a God, but you don't care really. So you kind of agree that even if there was a God, you wouldn't really care,
you
right?
are ambiguating
That's what
the
you just told me,
word.
right?
You are ambiguating the word to say, is there something else that has some other similar set of properties that can ambiguously kind of fit the definition that we're currently using? No one cares. That's called
not the
ambiguation
definition, because fitting the definition, if I would fit if the definition is subjective, then nothing can really fit it, right? It's only just I made it.
No.
That's subject. The only thing you have to find proof for subjectivity, right? To know that it actually is true. We don't have that. No, and you.
Anybody else have any questions? That's stupid.
Hello.
Hey, Ape God, how's it going?
Going good. So yeah, I just had a quick question. Like usually when I deal with debates, like what is your instant or like direct refutation for this argument made by precepts? Usually they say like the laws of logic exist, therefore God exists. So what would be your direct argument or counter argument to that, like instantly?
Well, there is no logical entailment for the laws of logic requiring a God. So the laws of logic could be brute facts or necessary facts that exist on their own, uncreated. Poof, here you go. You don't need a God for that.
Okay,
They would need some kind of evidence or justification why the laws of logic require a God to exist, and they don't have that. Also, you can say the laws of logic don't exist. There you go. Problem solved.
And when they say that God, you need to start with God, God is the grounds of all knowledge. I think your counter argument to that is reality is the grounds of all stuff, right?
Yeah, you just count with that, and you can say that I exist, and I can know I exist whether or not there's a God. Therefore, I don't need to start with God to know I exist.
Yeah, that's correct. So the next question would be, then what about the precepts who make the argument, we can't prove anything outside our mind, therefore science is not valid? Like the brain in a vat argument.
Well, so you don't need fallibilism. Is you don't need certainty for knowledge. And so when they're asking for you to prove those things, they mean prove with 100% certainty. And you don't need 100% certainty for knowledge. So you can prove things or have reason to believe things, even if you're not 100% certain. So even though you can't prove there's no brain in a vat, We can have evidence there's no brain in a vat. We can have a hypothesis that there's an external world, it's physical stuff, not a brain in a vat, make predictions. Those predictions are correct. So there's reason to believe we're not a brain in a vat, even though we don't have 100% proof we're not a brain in a vat.
But you know what's the problem with that? It's not about absolute certainty. The problem with that is like they counter argue by saying that even if we have scientific experiments conducted where other scientists, like experts in the field, they work together to arrive at consensus. The point is that all of this consensus, like let's take the Boltzmann brain hypothesis, for example. Let's say that your imagination or my experience of reality is probably just something that is entirely generated by my brain and does not correspond to any external world. So suppose there are scientists who arrive at consensus of a certain conclusion. The problem is that what if that is just a figment of my imagination and does not exist outside of that?
That's the same as the brain in the vat thing. So like the difference here is between post hoc rationalization versus future prediction. Anybody can take any hypothesis and then use post hoc rationalization to take any discovered fact and make it fit. So like say I want to say that there's a brain in the vat. And so we discover somebody makes novel predictions about gravity or whatever and say, oh, that's just a product of the brain in the vat. No matter what you could discover, you can always say that's a product of the brain in the vat. But what identifies or differentiates a good theory from just a post hoc theory is one that can make future predictions. So if you can have a hypothesis that successfully makes future predictions and get it right, you have reason to believe that hypothesis is true. That doesn't apply to hypotheses that can only take past data and make them fit. So if you have a hypothesis that God did it or whatever, God created the universe, and you find fossils that the universe is 8 million billion years old, and you can say, well, oh, God placed them there to make an illusion. You can always post hoc make the data fit. No one cares about that. The only thing that matters is, can you make future testable predictions and get it right? And if you can, then you are justified in believing that hypothesis. So if I have a hypothesis that the external world exists and I use that to make future predictions and I get it right, I am justified in believing there's an external world. The fact that you can then take the same data and make it fit the brain in the vat hypothesis, I don't care. That's irrelevant. It makes no difference. I'm still justified in believing there's an external world because I can use that.
No, then here's the problem. Here's the problem. Like, I just want to see what you will say about this. So let's say, for example, you start with the hypothesis that the external world exists, and then you make future predictions. The future predictions succeed. Good. Congratulations. That works. But then the problem is, if our brain is actually generating our conscious reality, and if all that you're seeing is just the contents of your consciousness, whatever happens, you have a certain reality that you're experiencing, which anyway can be mathematically measured in all different sorts of ways you can imagine. Like, for example, if you have a dream, within your dream, let's say you discover some tools or you invent some tools to make a measurement of that reality that is generated by your brain. Sure, you can succeed in that and potentially make future predictions. So my question is, what if these future predictions, I'm making a hypothesis that, okay, you're a brain in a vat, and now I can make future predictions that within this fake generated reality in my brain, I can make future predictions, I can succeed, and these are the tools that will be used. So what if these successful predictions are just happening within the brain in a vat? Because it can still make successful predictions.
If you have a hypothesis that we're a brain in a vat and that makes successful predictions that you can use, then you would be justified in believing we're a brain in a vat. I don't have that hypothesis. I may have a different one. And if my other hypothesis makes future predictions, I'm justified in believing the other hypothesis. So whoever has a hypothesis that makes successful future predictions, whatever that hypothesis is, they are justified in believing that. Anybody else wouldn't be unless they had a different hypothesis or whatever, or if they accepted the same hypothesis. And so if I believe there's an external world and that makes predictions, I'm justified in believing there's an external world. If you believe there's a brain in a vat and that makes predictions, you are justified in believing there's a brain in a vat. So whichever model makes predictions from your perspective and it works, you're justified in believing it regardless of what it is.
But my question still is like, just out of curiosity. So right now we have the consensus which agrees with materialism, with physicality, and we agree that there is an external world. But my point is, how do you think they arrived at the conclusion that there is an external world? Because, for example,
testable predictions. Testable predictions. They said, if there's an external world, here's what I expect there to be. Test it. Yep, that's what we saw. There's an external world. That's how.
Can you give me an example of one of those testable predictions for the external world? Just curious.
So I don't think you're understanding the method here. The method here is I make up a hypothesis of anything I want in my brain. Magical pixie leprechauns. If there are magical pixie leprechauns, the magical pixie leprechauns are going to curve light around the sun at a rate of X. I look and say, oh, look, the light is curved at a rate of X. Therefore, my hypothesis, magical pixie leprechauns, accurately was able to tell me about something in the future I didn't know yet. Therefore, I'm justified in believing magical pixie leprechauns. So you can pick any hypothesis you want, doesn't matter what it is, squares, circles, don't care. And if you can use that hypothesis to accurately predict the future, which is very hard, you are justified in believing anything that is entailed in the hypothesis.
Okay, now I get it. Like, I get the methodology. So yeah, that was my confusion. But anyways, you also said the other thing, like you don't need absolute certainty for knowledge.
Right.
And while I agree with this, I was just trying to find like, is there any paper that is published on this? Is this like a
Yes.
philosophical position? Or
Fallibilism. Google fallibilism. It is the consensus in both science and philosophy, and that's literally the definition is you don't need certainty for knowledge. There's tons of papers on it. Yes.
yeah, I just wanted to know the name. So yeah, I just wrote that down. And then, yep, I also remember you said once in one debate, like no form of human knowledge can justify metaphysical absolutes. Like if you start with the absolutes that God is all powerful, all knowing, omniscient, all of that, and then you try to use your limited human knowledge to justify that, it is not possible. I remember you telling it's impossible with this one guy that you debated long ago. Can you like expand on that?
Yeah, so if you wanted to say God can do literally anything, all powerful, and you said, all right, God, create me a billion universes, and he creates a billion universes. Would that justify the belief he's all powerful and can create infinitely many universes? Probably not, because there's the percentage a billion universes is of an infinite is 0. So like to justify God could literally create infinitely many universes. How could you possibly see him create infinitely many universes? Because if he's creating like one universe every second or whatever, no matter how many he creates, he's never going to create an infinitely many.
So yeah, I remember you also telling in that debate, like even if you did get evidence for God, and even if God did appear in front of you, the claimant still has to prove that there is no higher God above that God.
Yeah, something like that. So if you really want to justify those kinds of absolute metaphysical claims, you would want a new kind of evidence, kind of like the I think therefore I am evidence, where if I say I exist, it's not possible for me to have that belief and be wrong
and not exist.
And so there's there's another stage of evidence above empirical evidence. Empirical evidence is the fallible, probabilistic kind, but this metaphysical kind is the absolute certainty kind, the infallible kind. And it exists. There is such a thing out there somewhere, like I exist, cogito ergo sum, but we don't have that yet for like scientific claims. And so if we want to get to the point where we can discover this is the most fundamental thing, and it literally was not created by something else. Like if we wanted to say quantum fields are the most fundamental thing in the universe and they are uncreated, nothing created them. Just like theists say God was uncreated, nothing created him. To justify that claim, to justify that claim, we need some new kind of evidence, like the metaphysical kind for I think therefore I am. And I think we will discover that eventually, but we don't think we have it yet. And so once we have that evidence, we can then definitively say X was uncreated.
Correct. And one more question which I had is about like the complexity of the universe. This question I'm asking you because I have not done research on this yet, but I want to actually look into it. But I think it's possible based on what I understand. Like complexity emerging from simplicity. For example, I have two colors. I mix these colors, I get a new color, and then I combine those three colors, I get a new color again. So what do you think about this this thing that people talk about where complexity can emerge from simplicity? Like, for example, let's say the universe has some basic principles at the starting point, like some basic stuff, like basic geometric structures, particles or whatever. Do you think over time, based on some physical law or property, it can just like evolve into some kind of complexity, just maybe because of the particle collisions, like new emergent phenomena?
Depends on the starting laws. So if you have a set of starting laws that allow for combination, then yes, you're necessarily going to get more complexity. If you have a set of starting laws that allows for no combination, then no, there would be no complexity. And so depending on the starting laws that you have, it could be either one that allows for complexity or one that does not allow for complexity.
And what about our universe? Like, what is the consensus with this? Like, when it starts up from the singularity, like when the universe expands, do you think like the current understanding of the universe is that it started with some very basic energy and then it evolved into like complex particles and different stuff?
Yes. So energy cannot be created or destroyed. So all the energy we see was already there at the singularity.
No, I know that. I know that energy was already there, but I'm saying like, did that energy just somehow fluctuate and then just give rise to new particles and stuff?
Well, all the laws are already there that allow for complexity, and then the quantum fluctuation caused something like this, the singularity or the Big Bang, and that quantum fluctuation caused enough diversity between matter and antimatter to allow the laws that were already there to produce complexity. So like the law of
Okay.
gravity was already there, but in a singularity, nothing can happen. So if the Big Bang produces a bunch of matter and antimatter that separates and everything goes everywhere, then gravity can cause those things to be pulled together and bind in certain ways. And entropy, second law of thermodynamics, can cause things to, the energy to dissipate and cause different kinds of different kinds of complexity. From like once things build into a star, that star can radiate energy to an Earth, and the energy that the Earth gets from the star can then be used to build more complex things. So even though the net amount of energy is going down, the complexity can go up in certain subsets.
Okay. And one more thing, like, have you ever heard of this idea regarding the infinite, I don't know if it's exactly nothing, but rather the nothingness of like infinite potential, where like there is an empty void of nothingness, but there is infinite potential, and like would sort of like refer to like maybe existence is infinite within that idea. I don't know if you've heard about that, but
Say that again.
like the infinite nothingness, nothingness, or the empty void, which is the absence of something, but then there would be infinite potential. I've heard about this somewhere. Like, I don't know if it's a philosophical idea or.
I don't have any idea what you're talking about. I would probably reference Sabine Hofstetter had a great video on nothingness and the many different meanings of nothingness. And you would probably have to identify which of the meanings of nothingness this argument was referring to before it made sense to me.
Correct. And so basically, do you think like from a philosophical standpoint, because we don't yet have like sufficient evidence to make this proposal, do you think the universe or existence would be infinite, or do you think it's finite? Like just your idea based on
I think
everything
that the current consensus is that it's infinite, and there's no reason to think that it's finite.
Does that emerge from things like string theory and the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics? The infinity thing?
No, I just don't think there's any reason to think it's finite. Like there's no evidence to indicate that it's finite.
No, then what about people saying that, because the universe started from the Big Bang and then we have this expanding universe, but then it's measurable. It does not have like
That's the observable
infinity.
universe. No one in physics says that's the entire universe. That's just the observable universe. The observable universe is measurable.
Okay, so basically the consensus is not ruling out that existence can be infinite.
Well, the consensus is it is infinite. It's infinite. It's all infinite everywhere.
Wait, can I find this also? Like, what
Yeah.
can I search for this to find this?
I would suggest the conversations lectures by Lawrence Krauss and Sean Carroll on the Big Bang and the dark energy. What was it? Hubble's principle, Hubble's constant, Hubble constant.
I think this might be referring to like after James Webb Telescope made some discoveries. Have you heard about like some galaxies spotted earlier than they were expected or something?
Yes, that's irrelevant. So like none of the models in physics think that the singularity had a finite amount of energy in it. It was an infinite amount of energy. So there's an infinite amount of space in every direction with an infinite amount of universes in every direction. We just can only see to a certain point.
But wait, then what about black holes? When they say that black holes also have a singularity, is that also going to be an
No.
infinitely dense point?
So the black hole
Okay.
singularity theory was debunked. That was a Hawking's theory that black holes had a singularity, and that was like in the 1980 paper. And then like 5 years later, he debunked that paper and said, no, black holes don't have a singularity like the Big Bang singularity.
Okay, so it's basically different. So the black hole singularity is not considered infinite, like not infinitely dense.
Yeah, they aren't considered to have a singularity anymore. There's no singularity of the black hole, I think, is the consensus.
Okay, so I'll check that out. But yeah, I just had these questions. Check it out.
Yep.
Thanks.
So who else has got questions? Metacosmos, what do you got for us? I cannot hear you. Try leaving and rejoining. Still cannot hear you. You try like closing Discord, reopening Discord, mess with your settings, make sure your mic is working. Anybody else in the chat? Questions, comments, God, religion, morality, epistemology, atheist church?
Oh, dang, I didn't know how I could do that. I didn't know how I did that. Okay, T-Drum, I'm gonna make this really like short. So, do you believe like matter and energy and light was in the Big Bang?
Yes, well, sort of. So energy, yes. Matter, no. Matter formed after the Big Bang.
Sure. Okay. Do you believe like it was made?
One sec. So you say no. The atheist church is not a scam. It's actually a legitimate church that's actually legitimate, meant to provide affordable housing, not a scam. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Do you also believe like Big Bang is also like frequency, or you don't believe it's frequency?
Say that again.
Is Big Bang? Does Big Bang did the Big Bang had any frequency?
No, the Big Bang had a whole bunch of frequencies.
Okay, sure. And do you don't think that we also compiled out of that stuff out of the Big Bang, what the Big Bang had?
Of course, we're compiled out of that stuff. What are you talking about?
Okay, so you kind of agreed we are in some aspects we are the Big Bang, but we're not like the Big Bang in terms of matter.
What? So matter
So
is a result of energy. Energy, like plasma, was the first thing that came out of the Big Bang. Plasma then coalesced into atoms like hydrogen, which is matter, and then the matter built into bigger pieces of matter. It all started from energy.
So we're the Big Bang then. So you agree we're the Big Bang?
We are emergent from the stuff in the Big Bang.
Sure, but no, we're emergent, but the things we are made out of, things that we are, is from the Big Bang, right? So we are the creation, we are the creators.
No, that's stupid. We are a emergent
How's
property.
that stupid? That's as simple as it can get, or not?
There's no creation. There is no creator. We are emergent properties of the stuff in the Big Bang. No creator, no creation.
So you don't think we're not the creation of the emergent stuff?
One sec. Let's see. Cosmos, can you see if you can speak now?
Yes. I had push to talk activated. Sorry about that.
Yep.
Okay, I talked to you 2 weeks ago about this chair is true. I don't know if you remember.
Nope.
That was my sticking point.
Nope.
Yeah, you talked about like that foundationalism was like a theory of truth or something like that.
What? I have no idea what you're talking about.
So I was giving 3 definitions of truth at that time. One was coherence, the other one was correspondence, the other one was pragmatism.
Okay.
And you told me to go look it up. I did look it up.
Okay.
And in that Stanford thing, I did find those 3. What you were talking about with foundationalism was a theory of epistemological justification, which is like a different thing.
What is your argument?
Well, my main argument, it's not really an argument. I just wanted to have a conversation with you about the idea that like math is not real, that it's not objective, that it only exists inside of the head.
Yeah, it only exists inside of the head.
Right. About that. So here's like the main argument, I guess. So we look at the world, the outside world, and we see regular patterns that seem logical, right?
Yeah.
And how is that not proof that something logical exists outside of our heads?
The fact that we use logic to describe patterns in reality does not mean the patterns of reality are made of logic stuff.
But then what are they made of?
Reality. So like there's a nature to reality. It's physical. And the patterns of the physical stuff operate in a way, and that way we describe with logic and math.
And I want to get into this idea of entailment. You know, concepts or things entail other things, and they're necessarily entailed by other things. So what do you think is the relationship between reality and logic? Does reality entail logic, or is reality entailed by logic?
Logic doesn't. Logic is a language we made up to describe reality. That's it.
Okay, but like the thing that gives reality pattern, you know, we don't have to call it logic.
Physical nature. It does not logic. Not at all logic. It's physical nature.
But don't you think that like the outside world follows laws of physics, for instance?
Sort of.
Yeah, so that's what I'm pointing at as evidence to say that, hey, there's something going on here.
Yes, there's a nature to the physical laws, and they operate in accordance with their own nature. It has nothing to do with logic. Logic.
But why do you think it's that way? Like it could have been any other way, right?
So it doesn't mean like logic isn't governing that.
I guess. But how would we decide if it is or if it isn't?
If what is or isn't.
Evidence for that.
If what is or isn't. There are multiple kinds of logics, and there's a debate in philosophy over which one's the right logic. There isn't a consensus on the right logic. It's just standard logic makes the most sense to us, so that's the one we use. Any of the other ones could equally explain reality just as well. We use logic as a language to describe reality. Logic doesn't govern anything.
Right. Last time when we talked about were there any contradictions inside of reality? And you said there might be because of paraconsistent logic and dialecticism or something?
Yeah. If paraconsistent logic or dialecticism are the true logics, then there could be true logical contradictions.
Right. And that's fine with me, actually. I thought about it, and I think as long as there aren't any explosive contradictions, right, like in logic, I'm drawing an analogy from logic to physical reality. How, like, I think if there was an actual explosive paradox or contradiction in real life, like existence couldn't exist.
Well, no, that wouldn't necessarily be true too, because like even if there's an explosive form of logic, that explosive form of logic could have a delayed effect or something. And so even if it's explosive and causes all other logic to break down, it only breaks down after a certain time or something. And so there could be some explosive form of logic out there, and everything is just deteriorating. The universe just hasn't got to us yet.
Yeah, it's obviously beyond. I want to shift the conversation a little bit to the idea of metaphysics, and how that deals with empiricism. Does metaphysics, by definition, mean that it's not being able to be empirically studied?
No. Metaphysics is just the fundamental nature of reality. That's it.
How do we know that for sure? Like we could come up with many theories.
Definition of the word.
Right. I know that. I'm saying which metaphysics is true. Like we don't have a way to decide which one is without some empirical data. For instance, the way that time works, I believe we all have our own intuitions about how time works, causality itself, and there are many different theories. But since we can't test that yet, you know, without more bigger LHCs or whatever colliders, we're fundamentally unable to find out which theory of time is correct.
Sure. So
do you have a theory of time, and what is it?
Nope.
So you don't have a theory of time, I guess. Okay. That's all I got for today. Maybe I'll talk to you next time, but thanks for talking to me.
Yep.
And Tijan, what about this, the definitions of metaphysics from Oxford saying abstract theory with no basis in reality?
I think metaphysics can be used in that, like a colloquial sense in that way, to mean that it has no basis in reality. That's not usually what it means, though.
Yep. So like when these guys talk about like metaphysical stuff, I think the direct refutation is like, sure, there could be some metaphysical stuff that we don't know about, but anyways, they still have to justify that, right? Like they need to show evidence of that.
Sure, but like metaphysical stuff would just mean the fundamental nature of reality. It's space and time, which are physical things. Whatever the fundamental nature of reality is metaphysics. That's what we don't care about. Like if materialism is true, that is a branch of metaphysics.
No, wait. So if there is an abstract concept I have in mind that talks about stuff beyond our observation, and if I just say like it's magic potatoes or magic pineapples, would that count as metaphysics, or would that be what exactly would that be then?
Well, it would be an assertion about metaphysics. So metaphysics is the
Okay.
fundamental nature of reality. Whatever you think the fundamental nature of reality is, that's metaphysics. So if it's materialism, materialism is metaphysics. If it's abstract objects are metaphysics. If it's supernaturalism is metaphysics. Just the fundamental nature of reality, whatever it is.
So I guess there are two definitions. The first one is related to what you're saying, and the second one is abstract theory with no basis in reality.
Yeah, that's just the more colloquial definition. So metaphysics can be used as a pejorative in that way, but that's usually not the main definition, no.
T-Jump, a real quick question. So if you prove metaphysical stuff, do those things then become physical?
No, metaphysics is the fundamental nature of reality, whatever that is.
So I don't know. So okay, sure. So you agree? I think you agree with me then. So we can't prove metaphysical
I would
stuff.
say go to the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy definition of metaphysics. That one will be more in line with what I just said. Not
Okay, sure. I'll look it up.
Not you. Talking to Ape God.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah. So it's like, so if we're gonna prove, right, if we prove anything, right, we're gonna have to do anything that has to manifest itself in reality. So if metaphysical stuff manifests in reality and we can test it, then it should be
That makes no sense.
So it's like, okay, a lot of atheists like say, okay, you have to prove metaphysical stuff. You can how to prove God and all of this stuff, right? So how are we gonna prove it if it doesn't become physical, the metaphysical thing?
Well, if non-physical things could be proven too, if you just provide a way to differentiate imagination from reality, I don't care if they're physical or not.
Yeah. So you agree that it has to be in reality so we can prove it?
Probably. Like if it isn't in reality,
Yeah. So it has to be in reality. Okay. So I find it really dumb when people say, well, this is me personally. I find it really dumb when people say you have to prove God, right? Because that means God has to come into reality, and then that's how you guys can believe it, right?
Oh my God. So if God is not in reality, then God does not exist. Things that exist.
No, it does not mean it doesn't exist. Does not mean it doesn't exist.
Oh, what does the word reality mean? Oh, we already had this conversation. This is so dumb. What does reality mean?
Yeah, no, I know. I can tell you the reality is something that exists. Reality is something that exists.
No, what is the definition of reality?
It's something that exists outside of imagination.
No, it's everything that exists. Reality is all that exists.
That includes God.
No. But that's wait. So the things that we think of. But you agree that the things that we think of are subjective.
Is in reality. Your imagination is in reality.
So it exists.
Google the definition of reality for me. And I want you to read the very first sentence.
Okay, then, T-John.
While we're waiting, does anybody else have any questions or comments?
So, definition I see, it says reality. So basically, existence within a system.
Did you Google it? What does the Google say?
Yep.
I just looked the Google definition. It's from Wikipedia.
Wikipedia is not Google, but okay. So I'm going for OxfordLanguagesDictionary.com. Reality, the world or state of things as they actually exist, as opposed to an idealistic notion or ideal of them. Number 2, the state or quality of having existence or substance. Number 3, Merriam-Webster, the quality of being real. Number 3,
Okay, wait,
Cambridge
So
University,
Tictok.
the state of things as they are rather than they are imagined to be. Wrecked.
Okay, sure. Okay, so I'll use the first definition, and you can disagree with this point then, if you want to. So reality. Do you think it objectively exists?
Yes, by definition.
It's a dumb question. So it's objective then.
Yes, by
Yes.
definition.
Is our thoughts objective?
Yes, they objectively exist.
So they objectively exist, but they are not objective, even though they are reality
Yes,
itself.
the contents
No, they are
of the thoughts are subjective. The thoughts objectively exist.
Yes.
So the thoughts objectively exist, but they are not objective. They're subjective.
Yes,
So no one can think the same way I think.
they could. They could
They can.
absolutely think the exact same way you think. It's still
So it's not
subjective.
subjective then. It's not.
No,
It's not.
no.
It's not
it
subjective.
is
then.
subjective.
It's not.
If,
That's
if
not
you take a,
subjective means
if you take, like,
contingent on minds, intuitions, or opinions. If you think the exact same thing as someone else, and you are both thinking of a big farting potato unicorn, it's exactly identical. It's still contingent on minds or opinions, therefore it's still subjective. Subjective does not mean must be individual to you and you're the only one thinking it. No one defines subjective that way.
Okay. Does reality as a whole depend on matter?
No.
So it doesn't. So think of a universe without any physical objects. Then
Okay.
how would it be then? And you can't perceive it.
It would be non-physical.
It's impossible, right?
No, it is not impossible.
So then you said it. If I heard you right, correct me if I'm wrong. You said it would be metaphysical then.
No, metaphysics is the fundamental nature of reality. Whatever way the fundamental nature of reality is, it's metaphysical.
Okay, so what would you call what would you call the universe if it wouldn't have any physical objects within it?
Be non-physical. Be a
Non-physical.
different kind of
It's
thing.
something that's non-physical. It's something that is non-physical. Like, does it exist? Non-physical stuff.
Sure. If it did exist, then it would by definition exist.
So why can you just not apply that to God? God is non-physical too, right?
It could be, but there's no evidence of it. So there's no
so it's
evidence
just
of a non-physical universe existing. If a non-physical universe existed, then it would still exist, and that would be fine. But the reason we think God and non-physical universes
What about energy, though?
Because energy is physical, is because there's no evidence.
Yeah, exactly. So energy is physical, right?
Yep.
But people also call it some people call it metaphysical, right?
Because I think it's the
It's a
fundamental nature of
metaphysical
reality.
archetype.
Whatever the
And
fundamental
energy is
nature of
really
reality.
Yes. So that's what I'm trying to get you to admit, T-Jump.
What?
So the thing is, that's the thing I was trying to get you to admit. So you can only really prove something that could be metaphysical if it does then become physical.
No, it's stupid.
How's it stupid? So how do you prove the metaphysical things then? Non-physical things. How can you test non-physical things?
Suppose you have a non-physical soul, and I kill you, and then your non-physical soul goes to the non-physical realm, and then while you're in the non-physical realm, you can see things and test things and interact with the non-physical realm and make predictions about the non-physical realm. Then you could have evidence
So that
about the non-physical realm, even though it wasn't physical.
yeah, sure, but that's because you're non-physical yourself. But we're
Right,
physical, so how
right.
we can test the non-physical?
Well, if we're physical and we can't interact with them, then we wouldn't be able to test them.
Wait. So you believe we can test non-physical stuff then?
Yes, provide
be
any
possible.
way to differentiate imagination from reality, and you can test anything.
Okay, sure. So that means you could also test the soul.
Sure, absolutely.
If the soul exists, right? If it does not exist, then you would not have a way to test it.
Okay, so that means we could also test God in the future.
Yes.
Possible, yeah.
You can test God right now. Like, God, if you exist, give me a gold brick. No gold brick.
It didn't happen, bro. Dang.
But if it
But
did, that would be
yeah.
evidence. That would be evidence of the non-physical.
I think it's simple, right? Like,
But T-Jump, this is the problem, right? Let's say you would write a book about it, right? Let's say I would write a book about anything, right? And you could do that too, right? Let's say you write a book about you got a golden brick flying down from, let's say, the sky, or just like or just like in your room, right? And there's no gold brick in the room, and you got that gold brick, right? And then you would tell people, right? Then they would say it doesn't exist, right? It didn't happen, right?
No, you need,
Wait, I don't,
you need
so
to be able
you,
to make future predictions.
They will say, give me the physical evidence and stuff. And then
they
you
can
say, I have
also
non-physical
pray. They can
evidence.
also pray for the gold brick, and they can also receive the gold brick.
Yeah, but it won't work for them because it won't work for them.
I don't. So this is, can you test for the supernatural? If every time you prayed to the god Bob for a gold brick, he gave you a gold brick, to anybody anywhere in the world, that would be evidence of the non-physical spiritual entity named Bob.
Yeah, but you see the problem with that. The thing is, right, T-Jump, the problem is, right, T-Jump, is that then you're going to have to be showing over 9 billion people the golden brick.
That's fine. That would still be evidence of the non-physical being named Bob. So you can.
And again, I think it's
okay. Sure, but imagine doing that. Would that not be difficult for you to like do that?
I don't care. It would be evidence of the supernatural. That was the question. Can you have evidence?
It would be evidence, but would you go that far? Would you go that far to prove that evidence to everyone?
Who cares? Your question was, can you have evidence of the supernatural without it being physical? The answer is yes. Yes, you can.
Yeah, you need to gather sufficient evidence. That's the main thing.
Okay, so this is the problem, right? So this is what I mean, right? So this is why some Christians actually believe in the Bible, because think about it. Let's say this golden brick actually happened, right? Let's say it's this subjective experience you had, the golden brick, and let's say the prayer only works for you. The prayer only works for you. Doesn't work for anyone else. It happened to you. This is your own experience.
I think you have to demonstrate.
But the thing is, right? You have to show your powers, right? You have to show your powers, and this is where. Wait. Let me finish though. So you have to show the praying you did, right, to prove that exists, right?
No, you just need it to be repeatable. If everybody can pray and everybody gets a gold brick, that's evidence of a supernatural.
But it doesn't work for them.
I don't care. I don't care. The point is that you can.
But think about it. You're the only God.
Stop. The point is that anybody can get evidence of the supernatural without actually being supernatural. You just got to make novel testable predictions. And if they don't work, that means you have no evidence.
But teacher, you have to think about it. Think about it. You're the only divine person, bro. You're the only one that prayer works. You're the only one that has prayer work.
Just quickly reply to you. Like, you just have to at least show that it is going beyond, like, random chance. Like, there were scientific experiments.
Sure,
it's not beyond
that. I agree with you, Ape God, but this is the same with Jesus, right? He showed miracles to other people, right?
That is just anecdotal evidence. Anecdotal is not sufficient to justify
but because you didn't see it, because you didn't see in person, right? You don't believe it. So this is the same analogy with T-Jump, right? I put him in the same position as me.
If Jesus actually did the miracles and they were demonstrable, then that would genuinely be evidence for the people who actually saw them. Fortunately for us, all the things he claimed to do were actually common at the time period. Mystics of the time period did those all the time, turning water into wine, healing the blind, healing the deaf. All of that was a common fake miracle at the time period. So him claiming to do those things isn't evidence, because it was a common thing people claimed all the time and was not evidence.
But you don't know that.
I do know that. That's historical proof. We have historical proof. These were very, very common at the time. There's actually a church who literally did this every year and turned water into wine. Every year they did this experiment. But if Jesus actually predicted he was going to rise from the dead, and he did rise from the dead, that would be great evidence. I would admit that is phenomenal evidence.
And the problem is
I put the thing is, I just wanted to test you guys a little bit. I put you guys in a position where you would be like this one person that has divinity, right? And you're trying to prove things to people, but they don't believe you, right?
No, you shouldn't.
And you're the only one with the power.
If you were the only person who experienced it, no one should believe you ever. Personal experience is not
You know,
evidence.
no, I agree with you. If I
should
didn't
not
see it,
believe you. You should not believe you.
And
no,
not
no,
just that,
no. I have the option to believe it. Yeah,
No,
sure, I have the
no,
option.
No, if you had a personal experience of
No, I do.
if I had a personal experience of a gold brick appearing in front of me, but I could never do it when other people are watching, I could never repeat it. I would be irrational to believe that it actually happened. I would be rational to believe it was a delusion or an illusion. It would never be rational for me to believe it actually happened unless I could do it demonstrably, repeatedly for other people.
Yeah,
And
no,
Clance-
but that's what the position I'm putting you in, right? You're doing it. You're the only one You're the only one that has the power to do it, right? So you can prove these people into this age. But let's say people would write about you and your miracles, right? And what you did. They would, the people in the new. Okay.
Just a second. You believe
Okay,
in a
okay.
large number of people that saw Jesus and the fact that he rose from the dead. But the problem with that is anecdotal evidence is not sufficient to justify objective truths. In the same way, all 7 billion people on this planet can see optical illusions moving, right?
Well,
Is that
it's
optical
50-50. It's 50-50. So it's like this is how I told you my analogy, right? This is how I'm gonna do an analogy, T-Jump, right? So basically everything is based 50-50 because you don't know anything for sure, right?
No, that's not,
No.
that's not how it works. Not knowing things for sure doesn't mean everything's 50-50. That's stupid. No.
No, it is. It is. And I can give you proof for that.
No, you can't. The fact that, like, let's say I don't know for sure that there is a farting purple unicorn with 12 moles on its butt on Alpha Centauri doing a backflip right at this instant. Is that a 50-50? Do you have 50% chance of that being true?
That is, yeah, it's a 50-50% chance of being true.
Every detail you add to the hypothesis to make it more specific adds a layer of probability that makes it less probable. So if I say there's a unicorn,
because you're disregarding.
Wait. So let's say I want to say a unicorn exists anywhere in all of reality. Let's say there's a 50% chance for that either it exists or it doesn't exist, right? Now, if I say there is a unicorn with a mole on its butt, is that more or less likely than just the first statement that a unicorn exists? So there's statement 1, a unicorn exists, that has 50-50. Statement 2, a unicorn exists that has a mole on its butt. Does that have more or less than 50-50?
It is not more or less, it's 50-50. It's just 50-50, bro.
Okay, so let's say
bro, teacher, me my brother, bro. So I mean, you get me, bro.
This should not be hard. So option A, just a unicorn.
Yeah.
Option B, a unicorn with a mole on its butt. Option B, a unicorn with a mole who's named Bob. Option 4, a unicorn with a mole who's named Bob doing a backflip exactly at this moment. Do you see how it's getting less likely? The likelihood is going down each time.
No, it just stays the same because everything has equal and opposite forces. If you don't accept this thing, you don't accept this thing. Okay.
No, like you said that it's like nothing more than 50% chance, right? Like I already noticed you joined this call multiple times on multiple occasions. It is the computer is built on the scientific method. So is there a 50% chance only that you will join this call, or you can consistently join this call every day?
It's a 50-50, bro, because I'll tell you why, and I'll give you proof for it, okay? So it's equal. So you guys all agree. Wait, you guys all agree for almost everything there has to be equal and opposite forces.
No,
T-Jump can mute you right now. Is there a 50% chance or a 100% chance of that?
100%. There you go.
Exactly.
Tomato, what did you got for us?
All right, man. How you doing?
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Ah, cool. Just wanted to say, I had another question, but first, the thing that the previous guy was saying, yeah, you're right, it's not 50-50. But if, say, you pray for a golden brick, right, and then you get the golden brick,
yep,
would that still be supernatural at that point?
Because
if everyone was doing that, if everyone's doing that, then that becomes a new natural phenomenon. So then you have thus ruled it out of being proof for a god.
No, the fact that it happens doesn't prove it's natural. No.
How do you differentiate between what is natural and what is not natural?
The hypothesis. So if I have a hypothesis that there is a supernatural being named Bob and it predicts that every time you pray to Bob, a gold brick will appear in front of you, It happens. That's evidence of the supernatural. Right now, there's no natural hypothesis that makes that prediction. And so the fact that there's
But
a
I would
different
just say,
hypothesis, that would be evidence of the different hypothesis.
wait, so if you've got a hypothesis that's saying quantum phenomena is supernatural, and then you can see this quantum phenomena happening, right? So some physicist has come along and said, oh, superposition, I've got a hypothesis that supernatural phenomena is causing this, and they experimentally, evidently see it. How
Yeah, you need
how
to
are
make
you?
predictions.
Yeah, but that could still be a prediction. It's like, oh, I can predict that this is going to be completely random. It's
But that's how the
supernatural.
method,
Well, it doesn't follow causality anymore. Pardon?
but that's how the method works.
Huh?
That's
yeah,
how the scientific method works. You need
yeah,
to
I
make
know.
such a prediction.
I don't
But you're
understand the
missing the
argument.
point about the distinguish. Right. What we see on a day-to-day basis, and what we experience, and what we the phenomena that we are exposed to, we consider it natural. Do you not know? Do you not see my
Yes.
point?
Yes. So
Right. So, if you were to pray for a brick, and then everyone was to be able to do that, then it would be like
no, the
just
reason
another
we consider it
natural thing.
natural isn't because it's normal. No. The
well,
reason we consider something natural is because natural hypotheses are the ones that have made successful predictions. Like if we had the Bible, say the Bible said was written 5,000 years ago, said DNA is a double helix, the universe began 13.8 billion years ago, the Earth is 4.5 billion years old, Donald Trump will be president in 2020 or whatever, I forget what year he got elected. If all of those things were written in the Bible, we would believe the supernatural exists and wrote the Bible. The reason we don't believe in the supernatural isn't because things happen around us. It's because it's never made successful predictions. If it made successful predictions, we would believe in the supernatural all the time. We used to. People do all the time right now. They think dualism is true and there's two different realms and they do stuff. The reason we don't think that today is because that other realm fails at all predictions.
Wait, so you're claiming that there's no religious text that's ever made an accurate prediction?
Yes, not at a higher rate than chance.
Not at a what?
Higher rate than chance. So like you can, if you just randomly guess at things, you can get some right. And so you can say, if I believe in religion, there's going to be an asteroid that's going to come, and just start randomly guessing years. Eventually one of them is going to be right. You're going to make a successful prediction. But the thing that makes something evidence is if it happens at a higher rate than chance.
How do you determine how do you determine the rate of chance without another hypothesis?
Like you can test gravity multiple times, and if you can consistently do that above 50%, like maybe 70, 80, 90%,
no. The rate of chance here would be different for different hypotheses. You just take something that's random, like a dice, roll the dice, and say, this is my guess. And so,
but you still need a hypothesis for how the dice works.
No, we already know how dice work. We can demonstrate how dice work.
Based on a hypothesis, right? Like it wasn't...
No, dice have been demonstrated successfully on a hypothesis to know how they work. So that's already a solved problem. We've solved that. It's already done. We know dice are random. We don't have control over it as far as we can tell. So if you use a dice to generate random hypotheses, the probability of that being right is going to be your control. And if you have a different hypothesis that can get it right more than the dice significantly, there's a p-value, so there's a rate of, you have to get it right a significant number of times more than the dice rolling, then you have achieved something greater than the rate of chance.
So going back to the golden brick example, if you were to just hypothesize, wait, hold on. No, there's something wrong here. I don't think anyone ever really starts from just hypothesis. There's always some empiricism that they're basing their hypothesis on, right? So it's never, people don't just start with like projections of knowledge. They start with empiricism, right? They make observations and then form new hypotheses based on those observations. Right.
Well, you can form hypotheses in any way you want. So
yeah,
you can really just make it up. You don't need to form, you can just say, I think there's a magical leprechaun named Bob who's standing on my head. You don't need to base it off of anything.
We are working always from empiricism. You can't escape it. It's
literally no.
How can anyone be alive and just ignore the world around
People
them?
make shit up all the time. They literally just
but that's
make
still
shit
from
up.
their own empirics.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You are wrong. that people start with empiricism. No, they don't. People make shit up all the time. Whether or
But
but it
that's
doesn't
their own
matter. It doesn't
subjective
matter. You can make a hypothesis off of anything you want. We don't care. We do not care.
It's their subjective empiricism.
No,
Like, they're
that's
not just
not a
going to
thing.
form
That's
a.
stupid. There's no such thing as subjective
What?
empiricism. That's garbage. Dirac and Pauli literally made up an equation based off of nothing. They made it up.
Of nothing. You
Off
think
of
he just
nothing.
made
They
it?
just made it up.
No, just so it just spawned from
Their
without
imagination. They
causality.
literally just made it up. It's an equation. They said,
Where does their
I like
imagination come from? Where did their
it's not
imagination come from?
empiricism. It's not empiricism.
Where did their come on? Where did imagination come
Not
from?
empiricism.
No, tell me where it did come from.
Reality? I don't know.
Reality.
Sure.
Wait, so the external world.
That stupid question has nothing to do with your previous argument. that
So
I'm
the
stupid.
external world influenced their hypothesis.
Sure. Like if the
So-
external
so,
world is the laws of
what
physics,
is-
sure.
What do we call study of the external world? Isn't that
No,
empiricism?
study of the external world is irrelevant here. The study of the external world made no impact on their generation of numbers. Obviously, the external world did, but the study of the external world
Right.
made no impact. Zero. Nothing.
So their their perception. Would you say that there's any synonymous between perception and study? Do you think that these two things have any synonymity?
No.
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 You don't think that observation and study are similar? There's no synonymity between them.
Synonyms are not the same as similar, first of all, and literally none of that gibberish is relevant. Everything you just said
Synonymity, I didn't say that they were direct
Everything you just
synonyms.
said is insanely stupid and a waste of time. Do people
All right,
start with
mate.
empiricism? No, they make shit up. Anybody can make
They
shit up, but that doesn't matter.
But
None
it's
of
not-
what you
there's
said
no
matters. None of what you said
If
matters.
everything's causal, then it's not random, right? So they don't just make it
No.
up. It's
There is
some sort of a
literally
causal chain.
randomness in the universe. Consensus in physics. Randomness is a fundamental force. It's actually randomness. Actually, randomness
So-
does do things, and that can be a factor in the brain too. There can be actually random quantum effects that affect the brain in some way to cause you to pop an idea into your head, and that's your hypothesis. And if it works, that's evidence.
So you think that some things are non-causal,
Yes, uncaused.
some things are
Uncaused.
non-causal,
Uncaused.
uncaused,
Yes,
uncaused.
that is the consensus in physics. Yes.
Do you believe
But
in
But I think the quick reply to you, Tomato, would be like, even if you rely on your perceptions and you have an observation of something and then you build a hypothesis, cool. But the problem is sometimes your perceptions can be flawed, right? So what was your point? Like optical.
Well, I think his argument
and-
was that you need to start with your perceptions to build a hypothesis. That's false. You definitely don't.
No, I'm saying that you can't avoid it. It's impossible to
If a quantum
not
fluctuation
follow your
happens and hits your brain in the right way to stimulate an electrical signal that generates an idea randomly, there was zero sense experience, zero empiricism that had anything to do with that idea. It is not
Well,
Yeah,
impossible.
that's correct.
Huh?
Yeah, that is actually correct. Like what he said is correct based on particle physics. Like even if you don't perceive things, it's possible for fluctuations to happen in the quantum world, and it could just affect the particles in your brain. It could move in a certain order, which could change something that happens in your head. So maybe a different thought. That's completely possible.
It gets a
I
bit
never-
funny about what you're determining as perception in that point, because if any sensory impulse is perception,
This was not a sensory
then-
input. There was no sensory input here. If it happened directly in your brain, there is zero sensory input.
but you're processing sensory input in your brain, right? The
No,
sensory input
this happened
something that's completely
outside of your
separate.
sensory input. There was no sensory input here. It was directly put into
Right,
your
no,
consciousness.
but your sensory input isn't just its own thing. It's like stimulating qualia.
Irrelevant.
Right?
Irrelevant.
What do you mean it's irrelevant?
So,
Of course
like,
it's relevant.
My visual stimulus from my eyes goes to my visual cortex. My visual cortex then sends it to my central cortex to be able to process it into a conscious experience. Now, if the fluctuation happened just in the central cortex, it just skipped the eyes, it skipped the visual
Exactly.
cortex, it did nothing to any of the visual and sense experiences at all, then this thing was not based off sense experience. There was no sense experience that caused this thing. This thing was independent of all sense experience.
Yeah,
But
the particles in your brain are directly affected. Forces
If we're
around.
talking about qualia is in like
It's
a
not.
sense
It's not a
experience.
sense experience. No, it is not. Literally, Google
Wait,
sense.
qualia isn't-
Google the word sense experience.
I know what
And
sense is.
qualia can also, if you didn't know, qualia can also be affected by external forces.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Without perception.
Wait,
don't
no,
need to
but
have-
qualia is perception.
Okay, that's the information processing part. But I'm saying, like, if you're experiencing something, if there is an external force, it can change your sense of what you're experiencing also. There have been experiments conducted on that.
Yeah. And I would say that sense is
No.
Yeah,
So
well,
no,
you
no,
said what
no.
I just said.
Answer is still no. Answer is still no. Your beliefs, which are formed by your brain, can be changed subconsciously without any sense experience, without any quality experience. You're completely unaware of it. There can be a quantum fluctuation that changes the beliefs in your brain that you have absolutely zero sense awareness of or consciousness awareness of at all.
But you are sensorily aware of your beliefs.
Nope. Most of them you're
not
actually
aware
not.
of your beliefs.
Nope.
You're not aware of I'm aware of my beliefs.
You're only
like,
aware of the
sensibly,
beliefs that
like-
you're currently thinking about. So the way your brain works is when
Yeah.
you try to think of something like, I don't know, the
That's
shape of
irrelevant.
the earth. If you try to think of the shape of the earth, the belief, which is actually something in the back of your head, which you don't have conscious awareness of, then gets stimulated and is sent to your conscious awareness. So if that belief was changed while you're not thinking about it, and then you thought about it, you would then be aware of the new belief. But that belief can be changed without any awareness of it whatsoever.
Yeah, but you'd still be aware of the change.
No, you wouldn't.
Of course you would.
No, you wouldn't.
Remember that it was different.
No,
previously.
you wouldn't. So if you don't think about the shape of the earth, say you're not going to think about the shape of the earth for 6 months, 3 months in, quantum fluctuation hits your brain, and now inside of your brain, it's programmed to believe the shape of the earth is a square. Now you're not thinking of it, and you're not going to think about it for 3 months. So it's been changed. Your belief has been changed, even though you have no awareness of it.
T-Jump, I have a quick point, like to Tomato.
Right.
I can give you an example of this, Tomato. I can give you an example.
Can I just talk about how brains work a little bit?
If you think about perception, if you think about perception, which is your eyes, take the example of a camera. Like a camera takes a photograph, and that photograph gets copied to the memory card or the hard drive. So now you can skip that perception part of the camera, and now you can take this memory card or hard drive, and you can create a copy of that hard drive to another hard drive, completely skipping the perception part. It's nothing more than the configuration of particles.
Right. So the brain works as a sparse array.
What?
Okay. So it's a sparse array. So you don't have just one like synapse for each of your memories. You have multiple.
Actually, that's not the case. There is a specific neuron called the Jennifer Aniston neuron. Google it.
No, that's
Google.
Yeah, but a neuron doesn't have just one synapse.
Okay, so your brain is still a configuration of particles, right?
If it's relevant. Synapses are like, come on, man.
Synapses aren't relevant. Synapses are the connection between other neurons. The synapses are irrelevant.
And
they're irrelevant.
How we no, they're not irrelevant.
They're literally irrelevant. You have a Jennifer Aniston neuron. The synapses don't matter. Whether the synapses are connected don't matter. That's just how it transmits the information stored in the neuron.
Google Jeff Hawkins and read some.
I'm very familiar with neurological research data. I've literally just been educating on you for the past hour. It is not relevant. The synapses are just how the information is transmitted from one neuron to the other. The information isn't stored in the synapses. You can delete the synapses. You still have the information.
No, because it's the processing of the information. It's not the storage of the information. It's the connections that we make, right? This is how we store our memories. It's through sparse representation.
No. If you destroy all the synapses, all of the information will still be there. You just have to replace the synapses. So destroying the synapses does not destroy the information. It destroys your accessibility.
You destroy your synapses. You've completely destroyed your what's the word?
Nope.
You've destroyed your ability to conceive of things.
No, you're not understanding. You're not understanding. If I destroy the synapses and replace them with completely new, brand new synapses, you will still have all of the information in your brain. If I destroy the neurons and replace them with brand new neurons, you will lose all information in your brain.
No, because it's how the synapses fire that are how we form our ideas. It's the sequences of those synapses, right? So
but that's determined by the
memory.
The sequences of the synapses is determined by the neuron, the structure of the neuron. So if we delete all of the synapses, replace them with brand new synapses, you will still have all the information in your brain.
Yeah, I think the information stored in the hippocampus, like information in your brain. I think the information in your brain is stored in the hippocampus. I think if you
stored
Google
everywhere,
that,
stored everywhere.
No, it's the frontal cortex not largely.
No. The information in the brain is stored everywhere. It's not. There's
Yeah.
not a single part.
No, largely. I said it's very.
No. It is literally stored
Well,
everywhere in the brain. Everywhere in the brain is information.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
And the biggest part is the frontal cortex.
No. Well, I don't care about the biggest part. Anybody else got a
Okay, so
question?
second question. Okay, I've got a second question.
Sure.
So, do you believe that mind and reality are two separate things, or physical are two separate things?
I didn't understand the question.
So, do you believe that, like, the physical, is distinct from the mind?
Oh, I'm a physicalist, so I think the mind is identical to the brain.
The mind is identical to the brain.
Yep. Or parts of
So
the brain.
you believe
process
that
in the brain.
it's just so it's like emergent from the brain as a processing entity, like
Yeah,
a
it's called
CPU. Sort of.
identitarianism.
Identitarianism. Right, okay. And do you think that the mind has causal power over physical?
It is physical. So it's like asking, does one domino have causal power over the next domino? Sure.
All right. Okay. I'll leave it at that. Have the next person. Bye-bye.
Newt, what did you have for us?
I was just listening to some of the comments. It's just to state some things that I'm familiar. Like I'm familiar with Jeff Hawkins' sparse distributed memory. Like it's theorized that memory is distributed throughout the brain for many different reasons. One is literal damage. It wouldn't be intelligent evolution if there was clusters only of certain types of memories where so it's distributed throughout the brain. The network is a part of this memory because it literally has information describing the structure and distribution of things, etc., etc., etc. Scientists do not know precisely where information is stored. A lot of theories, they don't know how it's computed.
Did you have like
a lot
a
of theories.
specific argument or something? Like I'm familiar with how the brain works. Do you have an argument, question, or something?
Well, when you talk about quantum mind theory, and it's not.
Well, I don't accept
been-
quantum mind theory. I think quantum mind theory is dumb. But do you have like a specific?
Where do you
question,
think?
argument?
Where do you think memory is stored physically in the brain? Since you're a physicalist,
Neurons.
where at specifically?
No idea.
I think it's
That's the
distributed to all
problem.
No, it's not a problem. Being able to say you don't know isn't a problem at all.
Well, it doesn't give you the ability to argue strongly against others' theories, because nobody knows even a clue of where it is.
That's called an
Like,
argument
I
from
agree.
ignorance fallacy. It doesn't matter whether or not you know where it is. It's irrelevant. So, like,
Okay,
what
how do
makes- what
physical
makes it-
things cause physical things? Because I think he
how
got
do-
you on
how
the
do-
causation thing.
How do physical
entering
things
into a
cause
causal loop.
physical things?
Yeah,
They're physical things, so obviously they can cause physical things.
and that would be according to the laws of physics, right?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay, so with the human body, where is the fulcrum of consciousness physically in the brain?
Don't care. Don't know. Don't care.
T-Jump, I don't know
these-
if you've seen a recent
Okay.
paper published, like consciousness is described as a concrete physical process.
Yes.
There's an academic
There's
paper.
tons of
Vinod
papers
Menon.
that do
Vinod
that.
Menon. The consciousness is three systems in the brain. The three systems that interact. Vinod Menon has a paper on that. Yeah. But I don't need to know where it is to have a good hypothesis. So, like, a good hypothesis would be a combination of principles, particles, and laws that have been demonstrated to exist independent of our imagination. A bad hypothesis is one that adds in any principles, particles, and laws that have not yet been demonstrated to exist independent of our imagination. And so the class A hypothesis of only things that have been demonstrated to exist is better than any class B hypothesis where you're adding in new stuff that has yet to be demonstrated to exist. Quantum consciousness is that new thing. It's a class B. It's not accepted by the consensus because there's no evidence of any of the parts of that stuff. The class A of neurons and physicalism is accepted by the consensus because it's only the stuff that's been demonstrated to exist already independent of our imagination.
And Newty, I think you academic paper that talks about consciousness being a concrete physical process that they mapped and scientifically modeled that, observed and modeled.
That's the consensus. Yeah, consensus is it's a physical process. That's it. It's every single brain science, cognitive science, philosophy of mind, every single one of neurology, psychology. It's all the consensus in all of them. It's a physical process.
But nobody knows the specifics, not even where.
That's not relevant.
This is where
Literally, that is irrelevant.
We don't know
Well,
that's physical.
Like
Hold
you don't.
For
on.
example,
it isn't.
Well,
It
let me
isn't
put
because
it to you
when the
this way.
Nobel Prize-winning physicist descended on it, he claimed, not to say that I endorse quantum mind theory, but there's theories abound because there's uncertainty.
To go back to what you said there about the uncertainty garbage. Uncertainty is evidence of nothing. So, like, if I said, "Are humans living organisms?" Imagine I said this 3,000 years ago. Do I know everything about what a living organism is 3,000 years ago?
You don't know anything about physics, so saying something's physical doesn't say much because there's classical and quantum.
Listen to the question. Humans are living organisms. If I say that 3,000 years ago, do I know everything about a living organism?
No, you don't.
But am I still justified to believe humans are living organisms?
Yeah, you are.
Right. So I don't need to know everything about the system to be justified in believing it's a living organism, because there's a minimum set of criteria, right?
But you mean things by words. When someone says something's physical, I swear to God, they're literally referring to classical physics, not quantum, for instance.
What?
Because the laws that are established in classical physics don't even apply in quantum. So when you say something's physical, if there's 3 more dimensions of physical,
quantum is still physical. So, like, physicists who are quantum physicists are still mostly materialists. They're mostly physicalists.
Wait, I'm aware it's physical, but the category of physical, when there's layers of causation that literally have disjointness,
If it's
like
any
classical versus
physical
quantum,
thing that causes it, it's physical. Physicalism is true. If it's any physical thing, physicalism is true.
great. So quantum information, the most enigmatic portion of quantum physics.
Well, that's
if that's where
accepted
consciousness.
That's still could be a form of physicalism, but I don't. It's not accepted because it's just not based in anything in reality. It makes no predictions. It's like string theory. Like, who cares?
No, it is based in reality. Quantum information is literally based in reality.
Well, it's a part of
issue.
physics, so it's closer to reality than leprechauns or whatever.
Okay.
But it's still not. It hasn't made any successful novel predictions to differentiate it from, like, modern general or special relativity or something, just regular quantum mechanics.
Okay. Jesus. When physicalism is everything, there's no point in even arguing. Like, if you're a physicalist, you're everythingist. Like, it becomes incoherent.
No, so physicalism.
I know, dude. I
made
have a master's of science degree. I definitely don't need it explained to me like I'm a high schooler.
I don't want to listen anymore. I don't care. Physicalism isn't everythingism, because there's supernatural hypotheses, things that are not physical. That's all it means. Things that are not physical.
I think the problem is this counter goes against consciousness being physical. But then again, the example is that you can take a needle and prick a different part, like any part of your body, and you can, if the person reports pain, you can literally put your brain in an MRI scanner, and you can see exactly which part of the brain lights up when you feel or experience pain. So that is the physical part which she does not agree to, I think.
I don't think he would disagree with that, because, like, quantum information theory isn't necessarily non-physical at all. Like, you'd have to make some kind of new proprietary definition of physical that it has nothing to do with, like, or the information itself is non-physical or something. Information is physical. I don't, like, it would depend on the particular model that he's trying to advocate and its separation from, or how it differentiates itself from physicalism, but that would be on him. I don't care. As long as it's not spirit goo, I don't care.
But from the beginning, I think he was rejecting that consciousness is a physical process, which is the reason I sent him that paper.
I think what he means by that, when he's talking about quantum information theory, is that information is non-physical, something like that. And so information is beyond the physical, which I don't think it is. I don't really care, but that would be a proprietary debate between what people mean in quantum physics by information. I don't really care. None of that has to do with spirit goo. It's not spirit goo. I don't care. Okay. Do you have anything for us, new guy? Okay. Guess not. Anybody else? Questions or comments?
Isn't there like a few guys who lifted up their hands?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yes, I have most of them invited right now.
For the people that can't join, just turn off what's it called? You have to turn off the teacher's camera and then turn it back on if you're on mobile, because the thing appears at the top. Yeah. It's just it blocks the thing, I guess.
So like if I turn off
It's
my
like
camera,
it adds a layer. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Because there's mobile's
If they're gonna join, of course.
Viola asks.
No, I don't think the John. Oh wait, I think maybe no.
Viola asked, morality of conception according to your model of morality is having children considered moral. It is neither moral nor immoral. What happens to the children after they're born and become conscious is what's considered moral or immoral. Creating things with consciousness is neither. Shane, what is up?
Hey, what's going on?
Not much.
Okay, so I have a question about your moral system, I guess.
Sure.
So you think that morality is more like an existent thing, like the fundamental, like gravity or the weak force, the strong force, rather than a description, like the laws of nature or something like that, right?
Yeah, I think.
Do you have any like evidence or any reasoning why, or is this just kind of like at the hypothesis stage at this point?
Just a hypothesis.
And then do you think that there's going to be maybe some sort of like moral unit that we'll be able to use, like murder is -20 moral units and like giving someone flowers is +2 moral,
Probably yes.
Okay. And my last question is, if you found out that morality was more of just like a description, like the laws of physics, would that really change your moral system very much?
Well, it would falsify it, so I guess. It wouldn't. I mean, it wouldn't change it. It would just falsify it.
Well, I mean, would that change what the best of all possible worlds would be?
It would falsify it, or do you mean like if morality was correct, it's just that my numbers are wrong or something?
Yeah, that sort of thing.
Yeah, sure. So if morality was proven correct, but my numbers are wrong, then it would change the outcome of what the ideal outcome would be. Sure.
Okay. I guess that's all I got on morality. I do have something on, I guess this pertains to free will. You usually say that things are either like
Determined
happen for a reason. Yeah, determined or random, or happen for a reason, or don't or happen for no reason.
Yep.
Are brute facts random?
Probably.
I would think that randomness, at least in my perception, randomness includes contingency. Like, would a necessary being be random, or like the necessary quantum field?
Sure, it could be. I would see no problem with that.
Okay.
Because necessary,
it seemed like there was
being just means a being that exists in all possible worlds. Could there be a being in all possible worlds that's random? Sure.
Okay. A lot of people would argue that God is uncaused, but God is not random.
Sure.
Is it possible for something to be uncaused but not random?
Sure. Like being uncaused doesn't make it necessarily random or not random. It could be either one.
Okay. So then when you say everything either happens for a reason or doesn't happen for a reason, therefore it's either determined or random. That doesn't really, there's not really a one-to-one correspondence there, because something could happen for no reason and not be random.
God didn't happen. So if God is uncaused, then he didn't happen. And so
Okay.
So for something to happen, it has to occur from a state of non-thing to a state of thing. It would either happen to be determined or random.
Well, could then you say everything exists for a reason or for no reason?
Maybe. I get it. Probably not. Because if there's a necessary being or some kind of brute fact that just is and always has been or something, at that point, I don't know if you could say it has a reason, because it's just the fundamental thing that's always been there. So I don't think that could be, I don't know if you could apply reason or no reason to the fundamental thing that's always been there.
But then would that be random, that fundamental thing that's always been there?
Well, no, so I don't think you could apply the question to the fundamental thing, because the fundamental thing isn't an occurrence. So like this only applies to like choices. Did you do something, a choice, for reason X or for reasons or for no reasons? But if the fundamental thing just existing, it's not a choice. It is. So it wouldn't apply to the fundamental nature of reality, because it's not a choice.
Well, then is it possible for free will to be a fundamental part of reality that is uncaused?
Maybe, but you'd have to give a coherent definition of what free will is first.
Okay. That's a big problem. I mean, I'm not saying I believe in free will. I just think that, I don't know, I'm just kind of pushing back a little bit, because I feel like also it's possible that free will could be self-determined, which would still fall under the category of determined.
I don't know if that makes sense. So like, if you go from a state of making a choice or a state of no choice to a state of choice, how did you go from a state of no choice to a state of choice? Was it determined by prior mechanistic causes, or was it determined by nothing? Either it's going to be determined by those prior mechanistic causes, or it's going to be random.
I was thinking that if some free will could be an uncaused cause, every instance of free will could be an uncaused
Random?
fundamental
So
nature.
that would just make it random. So like,
but it would be more in the category of the fundamental being that the question doesn't apply to.
Well, no, because if the fundamental being popped into existence from nothing, then it would be like an event or whatever. And then you could say, well, was it random or determined? If it's literally just always been there, that's where the event question doesn't come into play. But if you're making the choice, if you go from a state of no choice to a state of choice, how did that state change occur? Either the state change occurred for deterministic reasons, it was caused by other previous preceding things, or it happened for no reason, in which case it's like a random brute fact. If it's an uncaused cause, that means that your personality is going to have no impact on it, your intentions are going to have no impact on it, because it's uncaused. Nothing caused it to happen. So it's random.
Okay. So, sorry, my daughter was making noise. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess I just kind of wanted clarification on that.
Sure.
Oh, I do have one more thing since I'm up here and no one else seems to want to jump in. You used to use the rabbit example a lot.
Yeah, rabbit in a box.
Like the rabbit in a box.
Yep.
And I see you don't really use it anymore. Is that because it's kind of like an argument against abduction?
Well, I don't like abduction. Abduction is what is it? It's one of the fallacies. Affirming the consequent. It's affirming the consequent.
Affirming the consequent.
Yep. So I don't really like abduction. I just usually just go whatever in my head at the time, and that's usually not in my head anymore.
But it seems that affirming the consequent or abduction is what you're doing when you're making novel testable predictions. There we go. Yeah. So if you're saying if A, then we'd expect to see B. We see B, therefore A.
Well, no. So what I'm doing in
So
that
that seems
case
to-
is our imagination is bad at predicting the future. If you have a hypothesis that can predict the future, it's likely more than imagination. So that's not abduction at that point. This is more induction, I think.
Okay, so let's say like if you were like, hey, I think there's a rabbit in the box, and if there's a rabbit in the box, then it should weigh 2 pounds. The rabbit or the box weighs 2 pounds. Therefore, there's a rabbit in the box. I mean,
Sure. If we knew literally had no prior data whatsoever, and you predicted that, then yeah, that would count as evidence for the rabbit. Sure.
but that still seems like it could be underdetermined, because someone else could say like, hey, I think there's a lizard in the box, and if there's a lizard in the box, then it weighs 2 pounds, and it weighs 2 pounds. Therefore, there's a lizard in the box.
Everything is always underdetermined. Underdetermination is a problem for literally everything. You can literally never be not underdetermined.
Okay. A lot of times I've heard you say like whichever comes first is the one we usually go with.
Yep.
But I don't know if that's always necessarily the case. I feel like the one that is makes less like if you say
no, assumptions are irrelevant.
I think-
Garbage. Assumptions are total garbage.
Well, I would think that if you're saying like, hey, a leprechaun, because Bob the leprechaun says that this box is going to weigh 2 pounds, and I predicted it, and it's right there, and someone else has a naturalistic explanation, and they're both making the same prediction, but the guy with the leprechaun came up with it like 5 minutes before, you wouldn't just automatically go assume the leprechaun. You go with the naturalistic one because there's no prior empirical basis for
The guy with the leprechaun would be 100% justified in believing the leprechaun existed. So what matters is if you make a novel prediction.
Okay,
so usually this never happens. This never
make-
happens that two people make a prediction 5 minutes apart. Completely irrelevant hypothesis. Completely garbage. It just doesn't happen in reality. That's how rare it is. So the first thing is if
Okay.
you're making novel predictions and getting them right, you got the evidence. You're done. End of analogy. If it happens to be the case that two people make one 5 minutes before whatever, and they're not like directly, like if one doesn't copy the other one, then both are justified, and that's fine. Who cares?
Okay, so if I say like, hey, if I have cancer, and if I make a prediction that if I pray and I get better, and it happens, am I justified in believing
If
that
you have no other prior
works?
data at all about cancer healing from spontaneous remission, then yeah, you'd be justified.
Right. So that's the thing is, rarely, you were talking about like very rarely does that ever happen. Like almost never does anything happen where you make a prediction where you don't have any prior knowledge of data.
Well, that's why they're not novel predictions. That's why we require them to be novel. Saying that you're going to be cured of cancer isn't novel because we have lots of examples of it happening before. You need novel predictions for it to be evidence.
Okay, so something that we haven't had before. Okay.
Yeah, something we don't already
Like if
know.
nobody had ever been.
Yeah, if no one has ever been cured of cancer and you predicted you were going to get cured of cancer because you prayed to God and you got cured of cancer, that would be evidence of God. Yes.
But if people prayed to God and got cured of cancer at a higher rate than chance, wouldn't that be evidence
Sure.
of God?
Yeah, absolutely. So that
Even
would
though
be,
it's not novel?
well, that would be novel. So if people don't get, if we've never seen people get healed from cancer at a higher rate than chance, and you introduce something that causes them to be healed at a higher rate than chance, that's novel.
Oh, so okay, I get it. Yeah, so the higher rate is the novelty.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I guess that's about it. That's all that I have.
Sure. Cool.
Thanks.
Yep. Anytime.
T-Jump. I'll let him speak, man.
Go ahead.
Nah, I will let Zammer speak because I've been here for long, so
right.
I'll let him speak.
Oh, okay.
Xander,
Cool.
what is up?
Thank you. Thanks. Hi, I'm fine. Yeah, no, I was just thinking, with the whole like verify, test, and the scientific method, how could you, how could anyone possibly know, say, let's use the example of 2,000 years ago, whether or not an individual knew, well, first of all, who knew the individual again 2,000 years ago, and also whether or not, sorry?
I'm lost a little bit.
No, right, of course, yeah. No, it kind of, again, it ties into the possible proof for the existence of God. However, how does someone verify today whether or not an individual who existed 2,000 years ago was known to other people, and also kind of like a record of who they knew as well? How could someone testify? Sorry, how could someone verify whether or not they knew those people and the people knew them 2,000 years ago, basically?
That's a question for historians and the historical method.
What if it wasn't written down?
Well, if we had no evidence of it, we probably wouldn't be able to.
There we go. Yeah. So, do you reckon those people, by any chance, were known to God and the people who knew them? Perhaps.
I have no idea what you're asking.
Okay. Let me try and think how to formulate this. Okay. So, if people who existed 2,000 years ago were known to other people, and that's personal to them, so it's kind of like a personal circle. How could anyone today, or either historians or whoever it is, how could they possibly verify whether or not they were, they were known to people? Again, it's known thing. It's like kind of like consciousness, right? It's exclusive to every individual, basically. Yeah.
So you're asking if someone had a personal experience of some guy who was like a slave or whatever, no one in history ever recorded this guy existing, but only one guy knew of him. How would we verify the existence of this slave guy?
Could I just ask, why would it be a slave?
Well, I was picking somebody who was highly likely to have never been written about.
Okay, sure. I mean, there's hundreds of other examples you could have used, but okay, sure. Yeah. Okay. Let's go with that. They didn't really have any status or anything.
Is that your question? Is your question asking, slave guy, nobody wrote about him, how do we demonstrate he existed?
Yeah.
We can't. We have no evidence, obviously.
But it doesn't mean he didn't exist. Do you see the point?
Right. So epistemology and what we're justified to believe doesn't include all true facts. Sure.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Zama, like absence of evidence is not an excuse to stick with whatever you want to believe.
But no, but if you can kind of see where I'm getting at there.
I have no idea what you're getting at.
Okay, so just because they weren't written about by someone, 2,000 years ago, so there's no documented record, right? There's no record of the individual.
Sure.
It doesn't mean that they didn't exist some period throughout history. This is what I'm saying, right? And so that's the point. Interesting.
What is the point there? So yes, there are lots of true facts that we don't know. Correct.
Yes. So, okay. So do you reckon it isn't a huge leap to say, or do you think it's not like a huge leap of faith to say that perhaps maybe they had a personal relationship with God and God knew them, just because they were not written about by other people?
Now I'm lost. Basically. Now I don't. So like you're asking. So there's a human being who lived.
Well,
who we know nothing about, but God exists and has omnipotence or omniscience. He knows everything. So does the omniscient God know this person exists?
Well, what if he has a personal relationship with them? And also, what if he had a personal relationship?
It wouldn't make a difference. He's omniscient. If God is omniscient and never spoke to this guy, he would still know he existed, right? He's omniscient. He literally knows everything.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is there's something bigger than us that, no matter us being, sorry, let me just get my thoughts. I'm trying to think about how to word this. So if someone wasn't known by other people throughout a certain period of history, say they didn't have any social status or something, their family and their friends knew them, no one else knew them, right? I think it doesn't. We can't conclude that they didn't exist, right? Just because
Yes, yes, we've already been over this. We've already been over this. Yes, we've already been over this.
Yeah.
There are lots of
Okay.
true things in the universe. In fact, most true things in the universe we do not know. They are true, even though we have no reason to think they're true. Yes. The number of the
surely
grains of sand on Alpha Centauri is a number
Yeah.
we don't know. There is a truth number there. We don't know what it is, though.
Right. Okay,
So what? What is
okay.
the conclusion of this argument?
Can't we apply the same concept to God? Or principle even? Not concept,
Sure,
but principle.
but then we would also, if we had no discounting or disaffirming evidence, yes, we could apply that. But we have lots of disaffirming evidence that shows we have reason to believe God is a figment of our imagination. Like if I said there are unicorns on Alpha Centauri, now that's a fact that we don't know if it's true or false. But we have lots of reason to believe it's false because unicorns seem to be a product of human imagination. Therefore, we can conclude it's probably false that there are any unicorns on Alpha Centauri. Now, if I say there are grains of sand on Alpha Centauri, that we can say that's probably true because we know grains of sand exist. There's probably some sand there. So that's probably true, even though we don't know what it is. So in the case of God, we know it's probably false in the same reason we know it's probably false that there are unicorns or Santa Claus on Alpha Centauri, because it's most likely a figment of human imagination.
Well, it's kind of ironic because wouldn't you say that the qualities of Santa Claus, let's just say, use the example of Santa Claus, wouldn't you say they're inspired off of the qualities of, God? How he's, he knows, like, well, the omniscience, the omnipotence, he's always there, omniscience, he knows things, everything.
I don't care. So like, it doesn't matter what it's inspired by. What matters is do we have reason to believe it's a figment of human imagination? If yes, then we have reason to believe it doesn't exist.
No. Okay, so what I'm trying to say there is we're drawing these parallels between, with our we're using these concepts, right, that have been inspired by something greater than us, that has been introduced to us throughout some period. In some period throughout history. Basically.
Humans make up similar concepts all the time because of evolution. So our brains are predisposed to make up certain kinds of concepts. It doesn't make a difference. I don't care what kinds of concepts we make up. What matters is do we have reason to believe the concepts we make up are things humans make up? Yes or no? If yes, then we have reason to think it does not exist independent of our brains.
Correct. And a quick reply.
Wait,
the god of the sun, the wind, like all different kinds of gods. So we've consistently shown that humans can arrive at false conclusions.
Zammer, so I already made like a similar analogy, not like the analogy you made, Tim. I made like a different one. Like, so I put T Jump into a perspective where he's the one with the divinity, right? And I kind of it doesn't matter like how you say it to him. Like, I can, if I wanted to right now, I could maybe prove the Christian God, but it wouldn't even matter. He doesn't care.
Okay.
Good luck.
Well, T Jump. So T Jump. Me personally, back in the day with the debates with you, I just like how could you say, I kind of like I'm not really serious when I talk to you. Right?
Sure.
I think you know that.
Sure, bro.
Yeah. So I'm kind of teasing you, bro. Like if I wanted to, I kind of would like try to have a serious debate. But I know like people like you, bro. Like even if I would try to debunk you anyway, you would just like deny it completely, right?
Well, if I could prove all of your gibberish wrong easily, then yeah, I would probably deny it.
Yeah, so I kind of tease you, bro. TJ. Anyways, I'm sorry to interrupt, Summer.
Yeah, great. Yeah, it's all right. You're okay. We could use the example of going back to the example of a unicorn, right? So we spoke about Santa Claus and how he shares the same concept and attributes of God, omniscience, omnipotence, and omnipresence. I think that was directly, at least the concept of Santa Claus, who was inspired by Saint Nicholas. I believe he was a Catholic.
Points. I don't care about the origin of the beliefs.
There as well.
The origin of the belief was irrelevant to my argument.
Okay, cool. Okay, so the other example you used is a unicorn, right? So a unicorn would be kind of like some sort of exaggerated
Wait, so this, let me try to clarify.
idea of a horse, you could say.
Wait,
It's kind of like an exaggerated.
Let me try to clarify. Anything that
Okay.
is asserted that has not been demonstrated to exist independent of our imagination, anything that is composed of parts that has not been determined to be independent of our imagination, that is asserted without evidence, is rational to believe, is purely a figment of human imagination. So this means miracles, magic, mythical creatures, paranormal, supernatural, anything that fits any of those classes of things that has even one property that has yet to be demonstrated independent of our imagination are rational to conclude are figments of human imagination and nothing more. For things that are only composed of parts, principles, and laws that have been demonstrated to exist independent of our imagination, you can rationally conclude those probably do exist, but not for things that have even a single part that has yet to be demonstrated independent of our imagination.
Okay, so would you say that maybe a mind is something that is spiritual?
No.
There's like a spiritual connotation whenever someone includes
there's
like
no evidence of spirits. Spirits are of the class B thing, like miracles, magic, mythical creatures. There's no spirits.
I know, but okay, so the issue I'm noticing and I'm being able to pick up on here is the fact that, again, going back to maybe the example of a unicorn, right? It's an exaggerated version of a horse with these extra attributes.
It doesn't make a difference.
Say again that
these
attributes
again,
cannot be
any
sorry,
additional single attribute.
Come on. Could I finish my sentence, please? I was actually getting somewhere.
If you get somewhere, you never get somewhere. It doesn't make any sense what you're saying.
Why do you think a mind is spiritual?
Yeah, so these exaggerated attributes that we've kind of attached onto a unicorn, these attributes seem to be something that is independent, that is separate from this physical reality. So I could, if you could show me like some sort of, okay, so if you could show me like, I'm just trying to put this all together.
What does this have to do with my argument?
Yeah, I know. It might take time. I'm trying to put two and two together.
Well, so let me again. Here's the argument: anything that is posited, anything that has even a single property, doesn't matter how many properties it has, doesn't matter what the properties are. If there is a single property in this thing, which is not a principal, particular law that has been demonstrated to exist independent of our imagination, then it is a Class B hypothesis. All Class B hypotheses are rational to conclude it's bullcrap people made up. Unicorns are an example. Santa is an example. God is an example. They're all examples of things that have at least one property that has not yet been demonstrated to exist independent of our imagination. Therefore, for all such properties, they are rational to believe are figments of human imagination.
I disagree. Do you want to know why I disagree with that?
I don't really care, but if you have an argument against it, that would be great.
Yeah, great. So what I'm going to say there is, could you point to something in reality that already exists, which also shares the same attributes as God?
No.
Okay, but it's almost as if we've imposed these, again, going back to the example of like a unicorn. We've superimposed these extra attributes that we cannot we can't pinpoint in we can't really pin onto reality, basically. Do you see what I'm getting at there?
No, exactly.
So the ones that we have,
so we're only allowed to use principles and particles and laws that we've discovered exist in reality. And it seems like your argument is if God exists, then he would necessarily have one property that we wouldn't be able to discover in reality or something.
Yeah.
Well, that's false. So like you can give evidence of a God. If I say God is a supernatural ultimate being who created the universe, so he has lots and lots of properties that are gibberish. But I said my evidence for this is whenever I pray, God gives me a gold brick. I pray, gold brick appears. That gold brick is now evidence of all of the properties of God. So you don't need to demonstrate each property individually or like verify it.
But surely if we can't. No, that's fair. But surely if we were unable to demonstrate one particular property that God may share, surely that concludes that this can't be narrowed down to something physical. Like, I'm not really getting what you're saying. Like,
okay. So hypotheses that have been demonstrated to exist independent of our imagination are any hypothesis that has made a successful novel prediction. So if you say there is a sky daddy named Bob, he has 3 moles on his butt, he's all powerful, he created the universe, blah, blah, blah. And my evidence for this is every time you pray to Bob, a gold brick appears in front of you. The evidence of the gold brick. Wait. The evidence of the gold brick, and it appears to everybody. Anybody who prays for a gold brick gets a gold brick as long as you pray to Bob and only to Bob. And this gold brick that appears in front of you is evidence of all of the properties of Bob. He's outside of space-time. He's all powerful. He created the universe. Sure, there you go. So now we have evidence of every one of his properties, and it works. So that is now a class A hypothesis because it works.
Right. Okay. Could I just say something there? Do you reckon it would be okay? And do you think it would be feasible or acceptable to say that every conclusion that we've come to and every prediction that we've made has involved, physical components that are already existing in this world? Does that make sense?
No, there's lots of things like dowry. Not dowry. Dirac and Pauli both literally just made up equations, just completely made them up, applied them, showed they made testable predictions, and they worked. So these were not based on anything. They're just made up. Mathematics does this all the time, where they make up abstract mathematical models that have no basis in reality, and then they work in reality and say, oh, look, that's actually describing a real thing. Oh, cool. So no, it is not the case. Everything that we make hypotheses on are based on actual real things that we've seen previously. No.
So perhaps maybe there we could say that math is kind of like a fundamental property that underlies reality.
Oh, no, the same thing applies to lots of hypotheses. You can make up stories all the time in your imagination, and if they work, then that's evidence. Einstein did it with bending space-time. He literally just made it up. So I think this does it, and I'm going to make some predictions, and if it works, that's great. So anything you make up.
But but there's an issue there. He used an already existing concept to further his expectations, you could say, and his findings. So he's used mathematics.
I don't care. None of that matters. None of it matters. Like
I'll make a quick analogy then.
There are people who literally make stuff up. Who literally just make stuff up because.
Wait, T-Jum, I understand where it's coming from, though. I'll make a quick analogy.
Shush. So there are people who literally make stuff up.
He could go. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
There are people who literally make stuff up in mathematics, in art, in physics, in biology. They literally just make it up. They have an imaginary thing that they've made up. And they make predictions based off of it, like, oh, look, it's right. And that's evidence of their imaginary thing actually existing. It does not need to have a basis in reality. Usually we do base things in reality because it's more successful.
That's absurd.
Wait.
That's
Wait.
absurd. Okay. No, you can go ahead. I'll give you. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So thank you, Zammer. So, T-Jum, think of it like this, okay? You're nothing. You're nothing. You have nothing. When I mean nothing, I mean no time. If there's no time, how without time, how can you make something make something happen? Or make a prediction or whatever.
There's a
or
different field.
Anything.
Different field other than time. You could do it in a different field.
You still need time.
No. Literally,
yes. How are you going to do things without time?
There's a time. Space-time is a single field in physics. There are other fields that are even more basic than time. Space and time are emergent from other fields. Space and time are not fundamental. Google emergent space-time.
Okay, give me some examples of other fields. So to give me
quantum fields. So there can be other fields that have other kinds of causality that are outside of space and time that then created space and time, and you can have other different kinds of interactions in these other fields.
Doesn't quite wait. So wait, I'm gonna just do my research over quantum physics for a sec. So
Google emergent space-time.
I see arguments from a lot of sources that it can quantum fields exist without space and time. Not it can. Google, it says can it, not it can.
Emergent.
So the thing is, it still needs time.
No, it doesn't. Anybody else? Next question.
I think that was wrong. Space-time is emergent from something more fundamental.
Yes, that is the consensus in physics. Anybody else got questions?
Just going to jump in because I think Zama was making a similar point to me about when you said, say, Dirac just created in him a theory out of thin air. I think Zama was mentioning a point that he used previous concepts like maths and language and stuff, and all of those other socially constructed concepts that he would have built up over the course of his life to come up with this hypothesis. So it wasn't completely out of nothing.
Well, that doesn't matter.
Of course it fucking matters, man. God.
No, it doesn't. Why would that matter?
How could it not matter?
Well, so like our argument was, can quantum physics randomly cause random beliefs that are based on nothing? Yes, they can. So the fact that some people, most people, like this,
Not
that would be
random,
rare.
you
That would
just
be extremely rare. That this
explain
happens.
how it's not.
What?
So okay, so are you of the opinion that abstract concepts are well, they can't be narrowed down to something that is in reality?
They can be. They're descriptive of reality.
Yes, yeah, basically, yeah, they're descriptive. So okay, so they're used as descriptions to explain what is happening around us, basically.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Does anyone else want to say anything? Yeah, that's literally all I've got is the concepts, these components that again, going back to the example of the unicorn and Saint Nicholas, these are some I don't really want to repeat myself there.
Oh, it looks
I
like
made my point
Bart
already.
is server muted.
Yep.
I didn't server mute him.
Zama,
Okay.
really quickly.
Yeah, sure.
All right, Bart, try
Yeah,
talking. Try
I am.
unmuting yourself now and talking.
Yeah.
Okay, can you hear me? I was muted.
Yeah, you were server muted. I didn't do it. I don't think I even have the power. Do I have the power to do that? I don't know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my question was, so given any fact, like moral fact, logical fact, scientific fact, whatever fact, what presupposition makes that fact true?
Presuppositions don't make anything true.
They don't?
No.
How are things true?
If they correspond to
I
reality.
think you're talking. Wait, are you talking about grounding?
Reality interprets facts?
Facts
How does
don't.
that work?
Truth isn't based on interpretation. Things are true with no interpretation.
What?
Yes. So like the earth is round. Does that need interpreting? No.
Wait, no, you need truth makers and truth seekers. So, yeah.
No, you don't need truth seekers. Truth makers are just the things that instantiate the truth.
Sorry, truth
So why,
makers and truth bearers.
why are
Wrong
things
one.
true or not true?
Because they correspond to reality.
Okay, buddy.
All right. Anybody else?
Do you think that things need to be grounded?
In reality.
As in, does reality need a grounding? Would you say that
No,
for
it doesn't
something
make any
to
sense.
be explained, it needs to be grounded?
Uh,
So you don't think that?
go ahead.
If reality is all of existence, it does not need a grounding. It is the grounding.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. I just want to say, yeah, it's been a good talk. Learned a few things. Thank you, teacher.
Yep, anytime.
Wait, so wouldn't the Big Bang need grounding?
Well, it does. The Big
Sure.
Bang isn't the origin of everything. The Big Bang is a result
Yeah, exactly. So it needs some metaphysical grounding, right?
of...
Yep.
Sure.
Quantum field, right? Singularity, quantum field.
Sure.
Huh?
Singularity is one, quantum fields is the other.
String theory.
So both of them ground
Yeah.
the expansion.
There's lots of different models of the origin of the Big Bang. I don't think anybody thinks the Big Bang is the origin of everything.
Right, exactly. So there would be something grounding it, right?
Yeah.
Correct. That's what we just answered you.
Yes. Okay. Do you think that deduction is a form of evidence?
Depends.
Wait, no. Does it or can it be? So the answer is yes, it can be.
Can be, yeah.
So yes. Okay, right. So you could say that therefore there is some evidence for God, because you could say that You
No.
need God is a possible deduced grounding for the singularity.
If you had
So therefore there is some evidence.
So deductions can be a form of evidence in the case of using it to justify conceptual claims about language or conceptual entailments of beliefs. Can deduction be evidence of things in the external world? No. So if you claim God exists outside of your imagination, then no.
So you can't have deductions about things in the external world.
Right. You can only have inductions. That's why science doesn't use deduction.
What? So wait,
That
so
makes
you're
no
saying
sense.
that language is not part of the external world?
No, it's a conception in our brains.
So it's not physical.
Well, it is physical. So language as an idea in our heads objectively exists, but language is a subjective concept.
So you're saying it's physical or it's
Everything,
not physical?
everything is physical. There is no non-physical.
Everything's physical. Okay. So if it's physical, then it's in the external world.
Yes, the concept of language is in the external world. Language itself does not exist.
Wait, it doesn't exist?
Yes, language itself does not exist.
Doesn't language exist? What doesn't language exist in the physical world? So how does language not exist?
Do unicorns exist?
The concept of them
by your definition, yes. By your logic, yes, they do.
No.
A unicorn exists by your logic.
Language is not synonymous to unicorns.
Yes, it is. Does a unicorn exist?
What?
Does a unicorn exist?
We use language daily. We don't use unicorns daily.
A unicorn exist?
No.
Okay, why? Because what we mean by the word exist.
Why? It just doesn't.
What we mean by the word. What we mean by the word exist is, does the thing exist independent of our imagination? When we ask, does the letter A exist? No, it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist anywhere. There's no letter A. You're not going to discover letter A anywhere in reality. Now, we've made up a letter A, so there is a concept of a letter A, just like there is a concept of a unicorn.
Yeah.
The concept exists. Does language exist? Does the letter A exist? No. Do any English words exist?
Well,
no,
only
they exist nowhere.
If you limit existence to just purely like bricks, like fucking particles, then
like the consensus of every academic field.
But wait, there's information travel, right?
Information is physical.
Yeah, language.
No, language isn't information. Information is like literally a physical thing.
Yeah, we can use it to transfer concepts. We use it as a form of information transfer.
Sure.
So it exists.
No.
Okay, man. Whatever you say.
So we can't use the letter A to transfer anything. We can use concepts.
You can't use the letter A to transfer anything. Oh, really?
What?
Wait, so what's the first letter of the alphabet?
A.
A. Oh my God, I managed to get you to say the letter A. How did I do that without it transferring anything?
Because there was already pre-existing physical information in my brain, and you simply recited the thing that caused
physical
me to
information.
Yes, physical information.
Yes, physical information.
The letter A does not exist.
It exists in your brain for a start.
Nope, just like unicorns. We already went over this. Do unicorns exist? No,
they're different. We don't use unicorns.
They're the exact same. Next.
Today, I think today, I guess today I had enough. I guess seems like it.
What?
I feel like today you had enough. About because I feel like you maybe don't want to accept
stupid.
What we're saying.
You do not want to accept stupid. Stupid is not something that you should accept.
Yeah, but what if it's actually true, but you just subjectively think it's stupid?
Then you would need evidence.
What would we then?
Then you would need evidence.
Yeah, but what if you give the evidence but deny it? How do you get how can you talk with someone like that? Really?
Well, if you gave evidence, I wouldn't deny it. If I can prove that what
you're giving is not evidence. That's the thing, right? So so the thing is, you have to kind of be open to new stuff, right? Or to those things that are true. If you don't you're gonna open yourself up
to all of those things. You just need a way to differentiate imagination from reality. Then I will be open to those things.
You know, because it seems like the conversation. I feel like just for this particular thing, this particular stream, I think, or show. I feel like it's more like if I would talk to a religious person, and you know that it's really hard for them to like accept the facts, kind of like that.
No. So like I
But
can give you a very explicit criterion of what is required for something to be evidence. It's novel testable prediction. So if you give novel testable predictions for anything, abstract objects, consciousness, God, don't care, then it would be evidence for that thing. And I would be like, hey, yeah, that's evidence. That's good. I like that evidence.
Yeah, because we like TJ, we don't like try to like we don't really want to like try to embarrass you or anything.
Show evidence. You don't want to show evidence. You don't want to prove that you're true. Yes, I've recognized this.
No, it's we don't want to embarrass you, bro. We're trying to give you evidence and facts without like calling you anything. We're trying to be nice as possible.
Well, then what is the evidence? Like, you can call me names. Names are good. Names get me lots of views, like increase the viewership and the watch time. So I'm happy with people calling me names. What I would like, though, is evidence, like novel testable predictions for anything.
So, like you admitted, I'll just try to keep it simple. So I'll just tell you what you said. So you admitted that there are some truths that we don't know for sure.
Absolutely.
But do exist.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Do you have any?
So what if you can test? What if you can't test? So what if you can't test these not known truths because you don't know them? Would it still not make it true?
It's still going to be true. You just don't have any reason to believe them. So
sure.
So if you can't test them,
you don't have proof or evidence. So you don't have the proof or evidence to know that it's justifiable to believe this.
Right. So it would not be knowledge, because knowledge is a justified, true belief. So even if it's true, I can grant it's true. There are lots of true things we don't know. But if we don't have any way to test them, it's not justified. So you're missing the justification part. So it's not going to be knowledge because it's not justified.
So this is what Tomato, this is what I think he's trying to get at, is that to know something for sure, or to know for something for sure, you actually need prior evidence or prior knowledge to that thing.
Justification. You need justification. Yes.
Yes. So justification, if we just use your analogy, justification, what do you say justification needs? It needs prior knowledge or not?
A reason to differentiate imagination from reality.
Okay, so imagination from reality. So this thing, right? So this truth, right? This truth that you don't know. You don't. First of all, you don't know it, so you can't even imagine it in the first place. You don't even know what this truth could be.
You can imagine it.
You can imagine anything.
You can imagine. You can imagine anything. Correct. You can imagine anything. So even if there are true things out there and you don't know them, you could imagine them.
Well, yes, but does that mean that that thing that imagined is true?
No, you need justification for that.
Yeah, so you need justification. So, do you think the thing you imagining is going to be true 100% of the time, 50% of the time, or no percent, 0%? Because there's some people that imagine stuff, but they're actually true.
Very close to 0%. Very close to 0%.
Okay, so it's really close to 0%.
Yeah, very close.
So very close. So imagination, most of the time is wrong. Probably not true.
Right.
False.
Correct.
So
correct.
Okay. What do you think science actually does?
Test things. So it starts with their imagination and then says, if my imagination is true, here's what I could predict about the future. And if I get it right, then I have reason to believe my imagination.
Yes. So you kind of confirmed there already that, scientists go off such a really low probability, or let's say probability of this being true. And then they test this probability, but this whole thing they go through, this whole process they go through, they're going with it, even though they're like, we don't know if it's true.
That's how hypothesis works.
What do you what? So how does hypothesis work? So you go in with no belief, no faith,
You just
nothing.
make it up. You can make it up based
Make
off
it
of
up,
anything.
okay.
Anything you want. You can make it up off of a
You make
dream.
you
Make
make
it off
so
of
you make something up.
evidence. You can make it up off of holy
Yeah,
book. You
sure,
can make it up in any way you
sure.
want.
Yeah, okay, sure. You can make things up, sure. But when you then also have the motivation or just anything to go through with the idea, you're putting in a belief, and that's the simplest you can get.
What?
So you can't like no, because the thing is, right, when you make, when you then try to then go through with this idea you just simply made up, right? You're not gonna go in with it without any confidential or any trust into that thing.
No,
right. That's
what the prediction
that's
is
why
for.
people also say
That's what the prediction is for. So if the prediction fails, your hypothesis is wrong. Doesn't matter how beautiful your prediction is. Doesn't matter what
no,
his
but
name is.
hypothesis
Doesn't
is
matter who
a
makes the
testable prediction.
Yes, testable prediction. Yeah, that's the part
No,
that you test.
Yes, it's a testable prediction.
Yes, test.
Right, it's a testable prediction.
Yes, test. Yes.
It's not a prediction because I could put a prophecy as maybe prediction too, and that's not a hypothesis.
That would be perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Prophecy about the future.
So prophecy. No, prophecy is not a testable prediction.
Sure it is. Sure it is. Like if you prophesy that half of the Christians in the world are going to magically disappear or their clothes are going to fall on the ground in the future, that's a testable prediction. That would be evidence.
No, because you can't test the future though.
You literally can. That's literally every test is a future test.
No, because you can't. No. You know what I mean? You can't test You can't test 100 years or 200 years in the future. You can't.
Yes, you can.
It's not possible.
Yes, you can. Make a prediction about 100 years.
No,
in the future,
okay.
Have your great grandkids test it. You can definitely do that. Science has literally done
no. But this is weird.
Science has made predictions about asteroids 300 to 500 years in the future and got it right. Novel testable prediction.
With math, yes, with math.
Yes, with math, they predicted the future. Science makes predictions about what's going to happen a billion years from now to the sun.
So this is what. So you basically prove what Tomato said. You need to know that. So math. Do you think math is? Do you think universe operates in math?
No, math describes the universe.
Math describes the universe. Okay, but can you describe things that that same thing isn't?
That was not a coherent sentence.
No, so if universe is not math, how can you describe it with math?
Same way I can describe it with English, even though the universe isn't English.
What? Wait, that didn't make sense.
No, wait,
Sorry.
like an image is an image, but you can still describe it with text in the same way.
Wait.
I'm going to go to the bathroom.
Wait, so
I will let Ape God debunk you while I'm going to go to the bathroom.
Okay. Sure.
So what's wrong with it?
So the thing is, right, is basically you just can't describe things that are not that thing. How are you going to describe 1 + 1 without the whole thing of 1 + 1?
You observe reality, and then you make that observations translate to language, and then use mathematics to describe it. And if that makes sense and correspond to reality, then yes, you're.
So what I hear from atheists mostly is that the reality is just randomness.
Okay. Fundamentally, yes.
So wait, no, randomness doesn't exist though. Give me there's no evidence. So there's no evidence for randomness existing. So
yes, quantum physics, the quantum realm is literally having randomness to it. It's a concept.
No, but if you're gonna add quantum physics in any way, you're gonna also have to add, in a way, the other part of the quantum things. So
what other part exactly?
So this because quantum physicists always make these analogies of a god, right? So if you're using quantums, then you're gonna have to also use those analogies too. and if you
does not
don't,
ma-
then you panic. No,
it
no, no,
does not
because
matter.
quantum physicists always use the God thing. You-
I'm saying it does not matter what random scientists say. If you have the consensus which agrees that okay, when they use quantum physics, it refers to God, then sure, show me that. But there is none. The consensus does not agree. So
What? So wait. So if you want to use quantum, sure, you can use quantum. But you know the thing is, right? Observation. You need things. You need things to observe. And I just find it. Me personally, I find it like dumb. This is me personally, but I mean, you guys also have your own opinions. So I just find it dumb to think things can happen without time. This is crazy, right? So and then he made the analogy that there's a quantum field, and in that quantum field, there might not be time there, or is there time in quantum fields or not? Yeah, it's crazy thing. I don't know
sure,
how.
like you have new like evidence to show that time cannot exist in the way that we think of, then sure, it might be possible, but you can't just assert that it is impossible without time. Maybe there could be some field that exists without time.
So yeah, maybe there might be. So if you want to make that analogy, you know, the thing is, right? Why can people just not say they don't know? Like they don't know that it doesn't exist. That's what I'm trying to get you guys to say, right? I mean, it's really hard for you guys to say I don't know. So I don't know if God exists.
No,
I
there's
don't.
a difference. There's a difference there. Like when
It's not different because you made the analogy that even though it's impossible, there might be a thing or place for that thing, and it could be the same in God, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'll reply to that. Like when you talk about God, the problem with the whole God hypothesis is based on all the past evidence. We've shown consistently that it is just nothing more than something that emerges in your mind as a result of hyper.
No. Because okay, so I'll give you like some proof for that. Okay, so I'll give you proof that at least he doesn't. At least he does exist in some way. I can give you proof for that. I can't give you 100% evidence that he does exist. I can maybe give you 80% evidence, but it wouldn't even matter. But I'll give you evidence for why in some parts he has to exist, right?
Okay.
Or not the Christian God at least, because Christian God is hard to prove because there's a lot of errors there. I know that myself.
Give me your evidence.
So basically, right? So when you think about it, the whole universe is fundamentally not random. And if you hold that point of view, then it's really then you're just talking about supernatural, right?
No, it's
because randomness doesn't exist. If you say everything is random, then you already then saying okay, it could be there might be a possibility that I didn't exist, but I was lucky. Now luck doesn't exist too, so can't do that, right? Things has to be constructed. Things has to be constructed in a way, right? So everything has to be either constructed or constructed, destructed. If you have no structure, then nothing would be made. No structure equals nothing.
What exactly here is your evidence for God? Like what exactly is your evidence for God? Still waiting.
So it's as simple as there's structure. There's a structure, and you can't have no function without a structure. So you need a structure for things.
Okay, so the universe could just be the way it is. Why does it need God? Like it could be the case that there is no God and the universe just happens to be the way it is, a certain order.
No, but the thing is, I think you guys use the Christian definition, right? I mean, it's hard to prove the Christian God at all, but so you guys miss it, right? A lot of atheists miss it. So they don't even take into account that it could also just be the universe itself as the God.
So what God are you trying to prove exactly here? Which God, and does that God have a mind? That's my question.
Does it need a mind?
That's the point, right?
Like you guys say, it can just operate on nature, right?
Correct, but
And
again,
nature
if
is
you
nature is also not nature is not random too. Nature is constructed. There's constructed laws in nature. There's the laws of nature, and those are constructed. Yes.
make a point, don't go on a monologue. Let me reply to each point. Like you keep going on a monologue, branching to different topics. So let me address your point. So when it comes to
Okay.
God, like if you say that God doesn't need a mind, or does like maybe God does not have a mind, then just call it a natural phenomenon. Like you don't have to call it God anymore, because if you say that it is quantum fluctuations rather than God, then no, it does not have a mind. Like the academic accepted definition of God is an entity with a mind, with desires, with plans to do something. So if you have your own definition of God, then that's a different story.
Well, no, I don't think you understand though. Laws and rules are plans. Those are planned out.
How do you know that?
No, because like I said, structure, construction, and destructure. These are the main 3 points that prove God and prove God in a way.
It's like
no,
saying
no,
it's like saying an apple exists, therefore God exists. No, that's not proof of God.
I don't know. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said.
You just said it's proof of God. Where's the proof of God?
No, I mean, I can get to that point later, but I just want to say that the structure of things, right? If you add any law or rule by something, like I don't add a law or rule if I'm not constructing anything, right?
No,
you know? No, laws and rules can't be broken. Then it's constructed. It's planned. If it's not structured.
I'll tell you what the flaw with your argument is. Just because there are things that are made by a mind, by intelligent design, by design, does not imply that every other thing also need to be created by intelligent design. For example, humans construct homes, humans create computers. So we have evidence that humans create these things. But when you look at the rest of the universe, a large percentage of the universe, we have emergent physical phenomena that are all emergent from unguided natural processes. So basically inanimate phenomena that lead to inanimate objects.
How do you know the natural processes? How do you know the natural processes? Do you have any proof of that?
Yeah, like evaporation of water that leads to the formation of clouds. Like, is there an intentional agent? Do you see a person sitting behind and making these clouds?
So no, I don't think you understand. So it constructed itself.
Yeah, correct. Like water
it constructed itself through water and damnation. I think. I don't know what the word is.
Like all the natural processes, like the evaporation of water.
So something still caused that. It was not random. Something caused it. The water, of course. Yes.
Yeah, the water, the heat, the evaporation of water. There are a set of physical processes that eventually lead to the formation of clouds. Yes, but not intentionally.
So you agree with me. So you can call that a natural process if you want to. Yeah, you can call that a natural process if you want to. You apply my method with water and other stuff that are on the earth, but you don't apply that to yourself. It's like you're forgetting that you're a part of nature, right? And if you forget you're a part of nature and you think you're like more different than everything around us, then you kind of lost, I guess. I'd say.
No, again, you're wrong about this. Like we are an emergent thing that happened in nature. We happen to have a mind, but just because we can construct things with intention and design does not imply that every other emergent physical phenomena in the universe is also created by a mind. Like the example I gave you of the formation of clouds, do you have evidence for any intentional agent creating clouds? No, you don't, right?
That is constructed, so you don't think there's any purpose for clouds?
No, there is no purpose. It's just random.
Oh, so there's no so what's the purpose of clouds then?
Random.
So it's random. So it isn't. So the clouds don't go away, or they don't like make it rain or anyway, or just like
the purpose is created by you. We don't have any inherent purpose. The inherent purpose in the way you describe, you need to provide evidence of that there is some kind of intentional agent. We don't have any evidence of that, right? Like you need to first show that there is some intentional agent, there is some kind of inherent
purpose. What do you mean? If it's constructed, then there is intention.
Constructed by who?
What does it matter? It's caused in it. It doesn't matter by who. It doesn't matter by who. It's caused by something. So that thing that was caused by is under that cause, right? That would make it that God.
So yes, literally in philosophy, in science, we have a distinction between you and a rock, right? You are referred to a person, like as a person, you are an intentional agent.
It's
A rock
it's
is
on
not.
the course though. It's on the course. So saying it's random, I can say I'm random. Yes, I randomly appeared on this earth. No mom, no dad made me. Right? That's really, I just don't understand how that works. Right?
Hold on. A
So
rock
if
is not.
it's not
Wait, hold
justify
on.
that, then
Let me address your point. So a rock is not an intentional agent. So when we refer to humans, we refer to as them or you. When we refer to as to a rock, we call it an it. So we have a way to distinguish between intentional and non-intentional agents. So the cloud is a non-intentional thing that is formed by non-intentional processes.
so how do you know it's non-intentional? How do you know there's nothing happens after that? Because wait. So the thing is, if it has no, so if it has no intention, if there's no intention for it, then why would it even be there? It would be like nothing. It'd be no. So that's kind of like really, I don't understand how you get to that analogy.
But again, here then how would you show that I am intentional? I'm just talking to you. How can you prove that I'm intentional? Maybe I'm not intentional. It's like saying
you literally talking to me. That's intention already. That's the fact that you're here talking with me. There's the reason you being here is intentional too, right? Think about that.
Right. Exactly. So you refuted your point. Like, can you talk to clouds? Can clouds talk back to you? Is it an intentional agent? Can you talk to the physical processes?
It doesn't need to be. No, there's no. It's not talk or anything. No interaction. It being there is intentional already. If it's not intentional, then it would not be there.
No, who made that? Who made the clouds? Did you make it? Did somebody make it, or is it? Did it emerge from natural phenomena?
Like I said before, it's intentional because it's there.
Here's the problem, right? So again, the burden of proof fallacy. You claim that it is intentional. Provide evidence of that. Convince the consensus.
I gave you evidence. It's there. It's there. It being there is intentional. Something that is not there, something that doesn't exist, is not intentional.
No, that's not evidence of being intentional. Evidence of being intentional would be biological organisms or human beings. They have a brain and they have the capacity to navigate their environment, and they can do stuff like they can make calculated decisions. That is the evidence for intention, not the stuff that you're talking about. If you assume that they are intentional, sure, publish an academic paper, prove that they're intentional. It's just your words.
So
right?
I don't understand. I don't really understand what's hard to understand about this, because the object being there, something being there, something existing in itself has intention.
Yeah, so you need to demonstrate that. You need to provide evidence.
Clouds, like the clouds making, the water. For example, water making clouds. Let's say, even though clouds maybe doesn't have a purpose, why did water? Let's say clouds don't have a purpose, right? Don't have a purpose to make rain. Let's say, for example, the water still made it, right? So what was the water's intention of making it? Was it to make more rain?
You are asserting that there is intention without providing evidence for that.
I gave you a good analogy there.
You're just your words. Like, analogies don't count as facts.
Well, that's you then. Sure.
There's a bit of
so I can make analogy can get to a fact then. If you agree with that.
I'll give you an analogy. I say that magic potatoes are causing you to.
Yeah. So give me an analogy then.
I'm giving you an analogy. I'm telling you that magic potatoes cause you to talk. I can't provide evidence of that. I have not convinced the consensus, but please believe me. What's the source for believing me?
And
your lips
so
move.
I don't think.
Wait. I got a better analogy. Your lips move, and a fish's lips also move. Therefore, you are a fish.
What was that analogy, bro? What?
That is the kind of analogy you're using.
So wait. So I'm that fish now.
Yep.
Yeah, you're a fish.
You're a fish.
That's the kind of analogy you use about the clouds.
No, that's not the analogy made. So then it's being there.
Your arguments make I got another analogy for you. Your arguments make as much sense as a blobfish's face. Therefore, you are a blobfish.
No, I didn't say that, bro.
So how do you distinguish? Okay.
I said it being there. I said the thing being there itself is intentional.
Tomato, did you
Can I
want
try and
to?
rephrase your argument?
Yeah, Tomato. Go ahead.
Tomato wants to talk. Sorry.
Can I try and rephrase your argument?
Magic potatoes.
Can I try and rephrase it? I think I'm trying to understand what Clamps is saying here.
Yeah.
You're saying that causality is a universal. Yeah.
Causality is universal.
Yes. So therefore, you're saying that everything being part of the causal chain, and cause implies intention, right? You're saying that cause implies some sort of purpose.
In a way, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. But right. If that's your argument, and then you're tracing it back to the Big Bang and saying something created that with a purpose, therefore we all have a purpose. But I think that the counter argument here is, at any point, one of those causes could just randomly occur. It could just there could be a random occurrence. Okay.
No. So it's not a random occurrence. So it's not random. It's not a random occurrence. It has. So this is my definition. This is how I would explain it. I would say it has potential to occur, not randomness to occur. So we define these things as random, but these are just potentials. These are not randomness.
Potential to occur does not prove mind in any way, right? Like, potential to occur does not prove mind in any way. You need to demonstrate that. You're just asserting that without providing any evidence. Like
Both of them have explainable power, right? You can use your method to explain it, but you can also use randomness to explain it. So you need to be able to demonstrate why your explanation is stronger than the other one.
Yep.
Yeah, but I'm trying to make things simple. I mean, I can make it complicated, yeah, but like,
No. You have to say why everything having a purpose is more likely than there being things that are random, which is very hard to do.
Correct question.
Because randomness, like I come from a standpoint where randomness really doesn't exist. It's something that just doesn't exist.
That's stupid.
Like randomness is if people would say randomness exists, I would say okay, it's just potential for things to exist. There's potential in a lot of things. There's potential in all things. With enough time, if let's say my TV would have wings, right? Let's say my TV and my phone would have wings. With enough time, or with an unlimited time, that thing would happen.
Yes, it would.
Because it has potential to happen.
Yes, it would.
Yeah,
That's true.
So I don't say it's randomness. I say it's potential. There's a potential for things.
That's stupid.
And I don't call it random.
That's stupid. Raptor, do you have something to say?
Oh yeah, I came in to say something.
Do you?
Oh sure.
Go
for it.
Sorry. Just a real quick question. That's all I need, and then I just
go for it.
Go on, whatever. Do you believe in random?
Randomness? Randomness is a fundamental force. Yes.
Yeah. Well, no. I'm asking Clamps.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, okay. Do I believe in randomness?
What?
No, I don't believe in randomness. Everything has potential.
Wait. When you say potential is the idea that something could happen or something couldn't happen. Right?
I guess he means like possibility.
That's your definition of potential?
Could happen, could not happen.
Right. So, if it could or couldn't happen, wouldn't that be isn't that also kind of part of random, because there is this unpredictability?
No, so the reason why I say it's potential, not randomness, because randomness is different from potential. So potential is could and could not happen, but that's if it let's say that, because we're talking about we had an argument about attention, so I'm bringing the argument where there has to be a certain amount of potential where it could. So I mean there has to be a certain amount of a potential where it could. So if something has infinite potential, then eventually will happen, right? If something has not, let's say it doesn't have potential, it wouldn't happen. And if something that has no potential, then that's random for me, right? That is random. But I think everything has potential. Everything on this universe, everything around us has potential for things, right? We have potential.
I'm gonna retract my questions right now, because Tomato, you wanted to say some stuff.
Oh, thank you, Raptor. Cool. Cheers, man. So back to T-Jump. How are you doing? You finished on the potty?
Still on the
Still
potty.
going. Do you want more time?
Yeah. What? You go for it. I'm kidding. Go for it.
Okay, cool. Do you do you thing that isn't?
Yes.
Sorry, no, I was just taking fun of clamps there. Real question. Do you think that phenomena exist?
Yes, I guess.
So, but phenomena are not particles in and of themselves, right?
Yeah, phenomena is a label for things particles are interacting.
So, like entanglement, for example, right?
Sure.
That would be a yeah. So that transfer of information.
Sure.
Okay.
Well, that's not a transfer of information, actually, but
wait, entanglement isn't a transfer of information?
Correct, because that would be a violation of one of the laws of physics that information can't be transferred faster than the speed of light. So it's not actually a transfer of information.
Wait, no. You want to Google that, man? Have a Google on that one.
I think you need to Google that one. This is a law of physics. Information cannot be transferred faster than the speed of light. So quantum entanglement, even though the entanglement of measuring one particle will cause the other particle to be the opposite spin, it does not transfer information. That is not an information transfer. You should Google that one.
No, it's just it's super busy.
Yeah, I've tried to.
That's interesting coming from you, because you said before that we're four-dimensional, right? So if we're four-dimensional, then we can perceive things on the fourth dimension, right? To a complete extent. So if you said that, right, then you have to kind of, if you said what you said right now, then you kind of have to take back what you said before, right? What? So if it's four-dimensional, then we can perceive the speed of light.
No, that's stupid.
No, right. So things are superpositioned until the point of collapse. Yep. And at the point of collapse, the information transfers. So that is information transfer. Information.
You need to Google that one. What is that? Does entanglement violate information?
No, it doesn't violate it because it's information. It's not vessels.
Quantum entanglement cannot involve the passage of information, even hidden. Does quantum entanglement carry information? No. While quantum entanglement can cause particles to collapse instantaneously over long distances, we can't use that to transport information faster than the speed of light. It turns out that entanglement alone is not enough to send data.
We cannot use it to transfer information.
It does not transfer information at
all.
No.
What you said was we cannot use it to transfer information at the speed of light.
Because it doesn't transfer information. If anything transfers information, we can use it. No, you're an idiot. You're an idiot. Google the thing.
We're not controlling this.
Stop. Google it in physics. The fact that we can't use it means it does not work. It does not work. Quantum entanglement cannot transfer information. It does not transfer information. Just Google it. It doesn't happen. No. Does quantum entanglement transfer information faster than light? No. Does not. Literally one of the laws of physics.
I didn't listen to the conversation.
One of the main reason why it cannot transfer information, because the quantum entanglement order is inherently random, and so it is unpredictable to actually transfer any information, and information cannot be random.
So T-Jump, I just wanna go back to the thing you were saying before. So you said we were four-dimensional at, like, I think the mid of the show, if I'm correct.
What? Say that again.
You said we were four-dimensional.
Yes, space has 3 dimensions. Time has 1 dimension.
Okay, so we're four-dimensional. Yep. Okay. So if we're I'm just taking it from your perspective. So if we're four-dimensional, right? Why can we not perceive, let's say, the speed of light?
Wait, say that again.
Why can we not perceive that? We're in that dimension, so we can do things within that dimension.
We can perceive the speed of light. That's how we measured it. What are you talking about?
Okay, so can you perceive things above the speed of light?
Well, things can't be above the speed of light. So if they could happen, we could potentially perceive them, but they can't happen.
What do you mean they can't?
The speed of light is the maximum speed for anything in the
Wait,
universe.
wait. So what do you mean they can't be something above the speed of light?
What is so hard about that? The laws of physics mean that anything with information or mass cannot travel faster than the speed of light. The speed of light is the maximum speed any amount of information can travel in the universe.
Something with no mass? Something with no mass? Something that does not matter?
Yes, something that's no mass, like light, photons have no mass, can only travel at the speed of light.
And can light itself travel above speed of light?
No, it can't.
That's the
It
maximum
can't.
speed. Like photon is
Okay,
the massless.
so T-Jump, so you kind of admitted that we can perceive the speed of light.
What?
So we can perceive this.
We can perceive.
Can we perceive this with our mere eyes?
Yes, we can.
Wait, so we can perceive the speed of light with our eyes?
Yes.
Where is this document?
It was.
This is interesting, T-Jump.
Done by, I forgot his name. He put was the speed of light measurement on a mountain with a speed of light measurement on a mountain. Gabriel Mountain. Oh no, that's the location. That doesn't help. No, where is it? Because this was like in the 1700s, I think. 1700s.
Yeah, he would go on top of a mountain and flash lights. And
well, he
measure
had
how
a
long
single
it took.
light, and he had a disc, and the disc had holes in it, and the light would pass through the holes and hit a mirror, and then come back. And if the rate of light, based on the rate of light and rate of spin, he could calculate the rate of light if you could see the thing or not see the thing, something like that.
Okay, this is actually interesting, right? So you said we're four-dimensional. So I'm going to take this into account, right?
Got it.
So
In
time and space.
1676, the Danish astronomer Ole Romer became the first person to measure the speed of light based off of the timing of eclipses of Jupiter's moon. So yes, he literally used his eyes to see and measure the speed of light with his eyes.
Okay, that's interesting.
It was like
so
fairly inaccurate, but it was still a measurement.
Well, because he could measure something, that means he can perceive the speed of light with his eyes, even if it's not perfectly accurate.
Okay, so it's interesting. So you said we're we're fourth dimensional, right? So time is fourth dimensional. Are we time? So we are time.
We are not time.
So why would say so we're fourth dimensional, but when you add time, right, it's fourth dimensional too.
Being in a dimension doesn't mean you are the dimension. If I put you into a cup, are you a cup?
If I put myself into a cup.
If I put you into a cup, I'm going to take you and I'm going to shove all of you into a tiny little cup. Have you become the cup?
I'm a part of that cup now. I'm a part of that cup.
Yes, but are you the cup?
No.
Correct. Applause. Everyone applause.
Yeah,
Everyone applause. He got a simple thing. He got an analogy. He got it right first time for everything. Applause.
No, T-Jump, I sometimes I'll just troll you, bro. So I just ask these dumb questions sometimes. You know?
I can't tell the difference between when you're asking dumb questions and when you're asking non-dumb questions because they all seem kind of equally as dumb.
For example, the first time I like talked to you like in the debates, you know, as David Good Hangman, I was like I was trying to act my best as a Christian, you know. I was trying to act like a real Christian, real-on Christian, you know. I think I trolled a lot of people. So T-Jump, so that means we're a part of time. So we are a part of the time. So you would agree on that?
Yes, we are a part of time.
So you're a part of time, right?
Yes, we are clearly a part of time.
Yes, so we are a part of time. Because we are so do you think time the speed of light thing, right? Do you think that you still think that's an accurate thing then, the measurement that he did?
Yes.
But he's a part of it. He's not the cup. Like he's a part of the cup. He's not the cup though.
Even
So
if
he
you're a
doesn't know.
part
He
of
doesn't
the
really
cup,
know.
You can still measure the cup, its weights, its other properties. You can do this. Yes.
No, but no. Wait. So wait. No. So no. That's not how it works. So I can be
Lord or anti-positivism. What do you guys got? Give us something new. Something.
Oh my
doesn't make
gosh,
my brain
please
hurt.
let me. I've been trying to talk for so long because if we just start from the correct premises, we can prove some basic form of theism without making too many logical leaps.
Sure,
So
go for it.
I would love. Yeah, thanks so much. I really appreciate that. So basically, do you want to start with like my 3-step proof,
Premise
or
one.
would you like?
Start with premise one.
Sure. All right, cool. Premise 1: there are ontological states higher than matter or physical objects.
I reject premise one. Next.
All right, cool. So you have to reject the current philosophical consensus that mathematical Platonism is true, but okay.
That's actually not the consensus. Consensus rejects
That is
Platonism.
absolutely. In fact, even positivists have
Phil
noted how
Survey's
difficult
paper, both 2020 and 22, both reject Platonism.
Okay, what kind of Platonism? There's multiple brands. You can't
All
just
of
say
them.
Platonism flat out.
There was
every single one.
Every version, yes. So the question
From
was:
the-
do you
from the-
accept Platonism, the status of mathematical objects? Do they platonically exist? Are they abstract, conceptual? The consensus is they don't exist at all.
Oh, sure. So there's a huge difference between making a positivistic claim that they certainly do exist versus saying that there's no philosophical.
No, that's
Hold
irrelevant.
on.
The consensus is: do you believe they
It's
exist?
very important that I say this, though.
I don't.
It's very important that I say
The
this. though, because
consensus
there's a
is what do the majority of experts accept? They accept it does not exist.
They have found no alternative that's logical. That's the problem.
Nominalism is the position.
That's the most nominalism is self-defeating because
it's
you
not.
can't have nominalistic claims on objects unless they have unique qualia or quality attached
No,
to them.
you can do it just
So
fine.
that
You can do it
requires
just
something-
fine. Not a problem.
No, even physicalism defeats nominalism.
No, it doesn't.
You can be a physicalist and anti-nominalist.
No,
Absolutely.
you could. It doesn't make a difference. Neither one. They don't defeat anything.
No.
And again, you said consensus, right? Like you said there was a consensus, but it is not the consensus. So
It's
you
not the
already
consensus. That was true.
defeated yourself.
No, it depends on what you mean by consensus. If you mean consensus as in making a certain positivistic
No,
claim
consensus
that yes,
means what the majority of experts accept as the most rational position.
as the most rational position or as the one that they cannot defeat. The
That
vast
doesn't-
majority of them cannot
no one cares about defeating. Defeating is a garbage, irrelevant. We don't care about.
No, I disagree. I absolutely disagree. I think there's a
Consensus is
difference
irrelevant
between a
defeating.
claim-
Consensus is irrelevant defeating.
No, wait,
Nobody
hold on,
cares.
hold on.
Nobody
I think-
cares.
I think there's
All
a
right.
huge
Well, that's an
difference.
evidence for your position, but that's not proof. Consensus is, in fact, one of the weakest arguments out there because the consensus has often been wrong. So what's the point?
Well, that doesn't make a
It's
difference.
more reliable.
What's the
So-
point?
It's true.
So
I mean,
I
give
have-
us a real argument.
I
I mean, the
have-
fact is, T jump. You really don't know what evidence is, buddy.
No, I do. You're an
No,
idiot.
you-
The first thing is
You
he
don't.
brought up.
No, you don't.
idiot.
No. Okay, I'm an idiot.
Bye,
Oh my gosh,
idiot.
what
Bye,
do you mean by
idiot. You've
evidence?
been defeated. So, anti-positivism brought up consensus. He said that Platonism was the consensus. That's simply false. So I was just arguing
Okay,
that.
that's fine. Can I modify the statement to be
Sure,
more accurate?
Sure. But one second.
Can I
I'm
modify the
responding to
statement?
Lord Dumbshit. So Lord Dumbshit was complaining that consensus isn't evidence. Now, if anti-positivism said the consensus is X, and I said, no, it's not. The consensus is Y. If I can provide evidence like the Phil Survey's paper to show the consensus is Y, that is evidence that his claim about the consensus was wrong. So the consensus can be evidence. And that was the context of the question. Lord Dumbshit is a dumb shit. All right, go ahead, anti-positivism.
All right, sure. Thanks. So I have a few different directions I could go here. I could try to build the further logical premises, even though you don't accept the first one,
Sure,
and then we
sure.
could try to defeat each. All right, cool. So with that being said, assuming that the first thing is true, despite a consensus or not, right? So step 1, there are ontological states higher than matter or physical objects. Step 2, all qualities are contained within higher ontological states since they are derived from these states. Step 3, these supermaterial ontological states of existence are what people are referring to when they use the word God.
So, yeah,
again,
so
does the
I would
God have-
reject all three of those premises. The second premise
That's
I would
fine.
reject because
Okay.
even if there was a higher state, it wouldn't entail that all properties existed in that higher state. That would require that the higher state was literally the foundation of literally everything, which it does not entail because there could be multiple like dualistic kinds of things. And so even if there was a higher state, that doesn't mean that everything is entailed in that higher state. So the second premise is false. The third premise is false is because most people mean by God a conscious entity outside of space-time. That's what most people mean. So it's false to
So
say
I want
that.
to talk about the second. So I want to talk about the second premise. Are you talking about ontological pluralism or metaphysical pluralism?
There's lots of different versions. Property dualism would be one.
Okay. Could you go more?
Substance dualism
Could you
would be
go into
another
more deep?
one. Idealism
Sure.
is
Okay. Or
potential.
like, because a lot of these are just shifting the goalpost toward physicalism as a last-ditch effort to defend physicalism. Like, for example, Russellian monism is just a form of
I didn't
theism
say
while saying
anything
it's not a
about
form of theism.
monism. So
Okay.
dualism are saying
I was just
physicalism is
adding.
false. Dualism are opposed to physicalism. They're saying there's two things, physical and soul. So there's two things. Property dualism is
Yes.
saying that there's multiple kinds of properties, and those properties aren't all instantiated in one kind of monistic quality, in which case your second premise would be false. If physicalism is true, your first premise and your second premise would be false.
That's true. Yes.
So most views would hold both premise 1 and premise 2 are false.
So there's a diversity of views that defeat all three of these premises, either individually or in totality, but that wouldn't prove that your particular premise is true. Are you a physicalist nominalist?
Yes.
Our position is
Okay.
more reliable, more rational to hold than without the consensus.
Sure. So wait, what was that about the consensus?
How would it be
So what
rational
I'm
to
saying-
accept your views over the consensus of experts who know more than you?
Oh, because of the rationalistic movement of the 1800s and the failure of modern philosophy compared to physicalist models. Yeah.
That it can provide consistent results more than individual people or one person said a thing or some book said a thing, right? The consensus is more reliable.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Can you repeat it, please? I'm sorry about that.
I said the consensus is more reliable than one person said a thing or a book said a thing, and we've shown that consistently throughout history, and we've shown that people said a thing have consistently failed a lot of times.
Let me
What do you mean by shown? You can't show a
Let me
metaphysical
steel man
model.
that. Let me steel
What do you
man
mean by
Ape's
shown?
argument. So Ape's argument here is that your interpretation of the 1800s or whatever justification you're using is less reliable than the interpretation of the value of the 1800s given by the consensus of experts who literally study this for their living. And so when you think that the 1800s defeats physicalism and nominalism, et cetera, and the experts in the field who are physicalists and nominalists and everybody else who disagrees with you say, no, it doesn't, they're more likely right to believe than you.
May I clarify the stance?
Sure.
I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding. So what I mean is like I'm being critical of the 1800s and post 1800s.
Like I just wanted to also make a clarification to what Tijam just said. So the reason why I take consensus very seriously and why I think it's reliable is because when you go through the scientific method and when you also do have a combination of the consensus, the point is in several cases we've seen when a scientist is doing an experiment, in some cases there could be some glitch in the tool, for example, which is making the measurement. So when you go through consensus and through the consensus of like multiple experts, what happens is multiple people replicate your experiments, so your final output or your final publication is less likely to be wrong than just you believe that something is true, which is the reason you need to take it seriously.
So the falsification of scientific models has nothing to do with what metaphysical model you accept. Those are two different things.
No, not in this context. So in this context,
unless
you're saying that the verification of any hypothesis at any level is more reliable to go with the consensus of experts who have a plurality of views and knowledge to all try to assess different perspectives on the hypothesis to know whether or not it's a reliable hypothesis, rather than trusting the interpretation of one guy on Discord.
Oh, sure.
Exactly.
So to be clear, whenever I talk about consensus, and I do want to clarify this statement or at least correct it if I was wrong, and perhaps I was, right? So I would say that the majority of philosophers are not Platonists, right? Probably a minority of them are.
Correct.
A majority of philosophers admit the inability to refute fundamental mathematical Platonism. This is a fact.
Well, that's
in fact,
even
the most
So
nominalistic.
I can partially agree with you there. It's impossible to refute any hypothesis that doesn't entail logical contradictions because of underdetermination. Underdetermination is the fact that you can make any set of data fit any hypothesis you want with post hoc or ad hoc reasoning. So there's no way to refute a hypothesis unless the hypothesis itself makes itself falsifiable. So if you want the ability to be refuted, you hold the burden of proof to make yourself refutable.
Why are you using scientific language for a metaphysical claim, though? That's bizarre.
Because it
Like you're
applies to
saying
all.
falsification.
The word underdetermination, the problem of underdetermination applies to all hypotheses at any level, scientific, metaphysical, conceptual, any level.
Can you explain that?
Sure. So underdetermination is the problem that any amount of data you have can be explained by any hypothesis using ad hoc or post hoc reasoning. So if I said, suppose I believe that I'm an atheist, there is no God. God himself comes down and talks to us. It's like, I'm God, I do universe stuff. I can be like, actually, that's just a really powerful alien. It's not actually God. He's posing as God. And so I can take the falsification of my theory and apply a new piece of data, post hoc or ad hoc, to make that data fit my hypothesis. And you can do this with any hypothesis of any kind, in any worldview, whether it's metaphysical, like God or not God, or about the qualities of platonic objects versus nominalism. You can always make anything fit, always. So you don't need.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Tijam, just a quick question. Like, is there a place like a side chat or something where we can like post these links like to academic sources?
Probably. I don't use Discord enough to know where that is. You can use Google underdetermination.
Sure. I mean, I'd be happy to read any academic. I know that Bertrand Russell is very critical of mathematical Platonism, and he himself admits that it's extremely difficult to get rid of it, right? So I mean, like, it's everywhere.
That's true of all unfalsifiable beliefs. That's why we still have religion.
But why are they unfalsifiable? They're true in every possible world, which means they're fundamental, right? So that's why. No, it's not. That's why I think that you couldn't disprove them using scientific methods.
Well,
right?
They're not actually true in every possible world. Like if there's a world with non-standard logics, like paraconsistent logic or dialetheistic logic, Platonism wouldn't be true.
What's your so we have more of a basis. If you're someone who believes in scientific rationalism, then you understand that there's more physical evidence, right, or any amount of evidence that we have in this world to prove any kind of Platonism true or make it unfalsifiable than any other non-logical, inconsistent proof that we don't know of.
Well, no, you said it was necessarily true, so it's not necessarily true. The only thing I need to do to prove that in false is to show that there's at least one possible world where it's not the case. So that was separate from a scientific induction.
You can't do that, not even using logic.
Yes, I can.
You can't even do that.
Yes, again. Paraconsistent logic. Poof, I just use logic. Do it. So
wait, I don't
understand. So T-jump. I want to jump in real quickly. So you can only disprove it. You can only disprove the thing if it disproves itself. You can't really disprove it if it doesn't. It can't be explained.
That makes literally no sense. Not a single bit of sense. Your word.
So if something disproves itself, then you can say yes, it disproves itself. But if it doesn't disprove itself and it's, let's say, supernatural, and you don't know anything about it, then you can't say it doesn't exist.
Yes, you can. So that's the what's it called? Post hoc reasoning, non-falsifiable theories problem. So if I say my theory entails that God will give me a gold brick, and if he doesn't, my God doesn't exist, then that would be falsifiable if God does not give me a gold brick. But if I say God might work in mysterious ways,
this is the problem.
That doesn't. So if I say that, wait, shut up. So if I say God might work in mysterious ways, and so he may not give me a gold brick, that doesn't make your theory better. That makes it worse. So the falsifiable theory that if God does not give me a brick, what?
I think there's a difference between a post hoc rationalization of trying to make a logical system work versus one that's a fortiori, like one that just must be true because the evidence is that strong. There's a huge difference. So the claim
that's irrelevant to the argument.
There's no
you claimed that it was the claim you were making was that it is what was it? All of the evidence is consistent with your theory or something. Well, that doesn't matter. All evidence is consistent with every theory. Nobody cares.
And you would place science on a higher ontological level than logic? Because you can make
this applies to every hypothesis at every level. This isn't an exclusive thing to science. Underdetermination does not have anything to do with science. It has to do with philosophy.
Okay, so which branch of thinking or philosophy would you apply the most value to for finding answers about any epistemological question? If that's the case.
Epistemology is a method of how we know things. So the ones that can differentiate imagination from reality are the ones that we want the most.
Wait, can you repeat that?
The ones that can differentiate imagination from reality.
What does that mean? Is that a quote? What is that?
Well, it's a quote of me, I guess. So you need a method to differentiate, is your hypothesis a figment of your imagination or does it correspond to something in reality? And that, whatever method that is going to be the one that's the most valuable in epistemology to determine if something is real external to your imagination.
Right, this is why I'm an anti-positivist, because that's always going to lead to solipsism. Why aren't you a solipsist?
No, why would that lead to solipsism? So mine starts
because there's no way.
Like it
There's
seems
no way to falsify. Like
I don't
we
care
could
about
go through this over-
falsification. Falsification doesn't matter. So my epistemology starts with I think, therefore I am. I exist. Okay. There is some difference
Yeah.
between my imagination.
That's always going to lead to solipsism.
No, it doesn't. That's epistemic solipsism. So it starts with solipsism. It's knowledge, but it doesn't mean it leads to the belief that your mind is the only mind. So I start with I exist. Second thing, there is a difference between my imagination and my experience. So like if I imagine a unicorn, I don't see a unicorn. There's some difference between these two classes of things. I need a method to differentiate. Is any particular thing of class A or class B? Method, science. There's a lot more than that, but we're just going to go with that for the simple version. Method, science. Science can differentiate imagination from experience. I apply science to any of my hypotheses. And the ones, my imagination is very, very bad at predicting the future. So if I have a hypothesis that can accurately be very, very good at predicting the future, it is more likely that that hypothesis corresponds to the experiential kinds of stuff rather than the imaginary kinds of stuff. So if I have a hypothesis, there is an external world and it makes predictions and I get it right, I am now justified in believing there's an external world because it's more likely one of the real things than the imaginary thing. There you go.
Yeah, that's just a form of Occam's razor, and I agree with the
It
logic. But
has
the problem
literally
is
nothing to do with Occam's razor. Nothing to do with
no,
Occam's
because there's fewer assumptions in the logical construction that you just made than if you were a solipsist, so it's more true, it's more valid.
No, it's not. There's less
It's Occam's
assumptions in
razor.
solipsism. What are you talking about? Solipsism has the least
Oh,
assumptions.
okay. No, you could always deconstruct it to the point where any external evidence you choose not to trust, right? Then and that's my point. If you were positivistic about everything,
you can
would always be a
frame
solipsist.
solipsism without any rejections of evidence and simply say that all evidence is of my mind or something. And so you can it would be irrelevant.
Exactly.
So solipsism is probably the simplest of all possible ideologies.
Right. So
That's
so
literally
if my
Occam's
value is
solipsism.
No, your mic is breaking somehow.
Clamps first, please. Go ahead. Oh, okay.
I moved
he's
into
gone.
the audience. Go ahead.
Sure. I was going to say that how you still haven't proven why you put any sort of value in one epistemological worldview versus the other, because it's not about the amount of assumptions, and you seem to carry
It's
about
the
like
one
you
that's
seem to
able
care
to
about
predict the
evidence
future. So the answer there was the part that my imagination is
But that
very
still
bad at
requires too
predicting
many
the future.
assumptions, right?
I don't care about the
So-
number of
so-
assumptions. I do not care about the number of assumptions. It's irrelevant to my epistemology.
Isn't that why you're an atheist? Because
No.
there's unnecessary assumptions
No.
in believing in a God. Oh,
No.
okay,
I
cool.
don't- I
So
don't
what
care
are
about
your,
assumptions.
that's very important. That's very important.
I care
Thank
about
you for
evidence.
clarifying.
Does it provide a way to differentiate imagination from reality? I don't care about how many assumptions you can make. Whatever number of assumptions you want does differentiate imagination from reality. That's all I care about. Don't care how simple it is.
Wouldn't evidence reduce the number of assumptions? So if
No.
I say there's a flying teapot around Saturn, that assumption requires evidence to validate it, right?
Sure, but that doesn't make a difference. The question is does more assumptions do something to make the hypothesis less rational or something? So let's say I make a billion zillion assumptions. There is a magic teapot who is fighting over a relationship battle with a leprechaun and a unicorn, and they're in a threesome, and they all created the universe, and therefore DNA has a double helix. The universe was created 13.8 billion years ago. World was 4.5 billion years old. I can make up a whole entire conglomeration of stories about the magic 8-ball and the leprechaun and the unicorn who created the universe, and just have them have billions of children and all kinds of relationships and battles. But if the testable predictions are true, no matter how many assumptions I've made about this big story that I've made up, it would be evidence of that big story. The number of assumptions is irrelevant.
Okay, cool. I do want to familiarize myself with this form of skepticism that you have. So, with that being said, so what gives, one last time I'm going to ask this because I do want a clearer answer, and I don't think it's your fault specifically, but what gives value or weight to the evidence with lots of assumptions versus assuming the fewest amount of assumptions for the sake of evidence?
Well,
like
those
what,
make no difference. So I don't care about your number of assumptions. I care which one can make future testable predictions and get it right.
but we have to give some sort of a priori value to evidence itself,
Nope.
right?
Well, I mean,
Why?
the evidence to the
I mean, why
ability.
do you give it a
Well, so me, evidence is the ability to predict the future. I don't care about the number of assumptions. The number of assumptions makes zero difference to the evidence. I don't care.
Oh, okay. So do you think that if metaphysics were true in any way, you would need some sort of non-physically reducible model to predict how our world would look now, and that we can use our
Metaphysics
reasoning to
in philosophy, metaphysics just means the fundamental nature of reality. Physicalism, materialism, those are both forms of metaphysics. So,
Sure, true.
Everybody thinks metaphysics is true. Everybody thinks there is a fundamental nature to reality.
Sure, I was being colloquial. So if there was some sort of ontological or supra-physical, metaphysical
Supernatural
model,
substance. Yes.
right?
Supernatural substance. What about it?
So I think that's weighted language. Supernatural, colloquially at least, refers to like miracles and magic.
Well,
Are
those
you
would be
using it in a more
examples too.
sophisticated
So I
sense?
mean, like if there was another ontology, like dualism or a three version trialism, where there is literally an ontology outside of physical stuff that can do things in the universe, you
Sure.
could call that miracles or magic, and I'd be fine with that. I am not opposed to miracles or magic. I don't think they exist, but I'm not like using them as a derogatory statement that necessarily starts with the presupposition they don't exist. So miracles and magic could exist as an actual thing somewhere in the universe, and they're made of something different than physical stuff, and that would be perfectly fine. So
Sure.
what you're saying is that if there was this other kind of substance in the universe that is non-physical substance, then, and continue your sentence.
And if it were to make the most predictions compared to physically reducible models of metaphysical models, for example,
Yeah, then it
right?
would be more supportive.
If it were to make more accurate predictions. Yeah, so I think that is the case, and so I'm gonna so I can provide
What are your
rationality for
predictions?
that. Well, I mean, why do you think natural theology is the way that it is? If you were to wake up as a
what
human
is your
being and
predictions? What are the predictions? Give me the predictions.
Oh, okay. For example, the existence of unique qualities in objects that
It's
has
not
to
a prediction.
reduce itself to
Prediction,
some kind of
well,
basis.
a prediction, a novel prediction is predicting something we don't already know about the universe and getting it right. So like if I predict the sun's going to rise tomorrow, that's something we already expect, not a novel prediction. So a novel prediction means you have to predict something we don't know about the universe yet and get it right.
Oh, are there any forms of epistemology that matter outside of predicting physical events?
Yes, but not relevant to this conversation.
Just for my curiosity, can I know about them, or would you prefer not to talk?
Yeah, there's
about
like
them right now?
conceptual. It's
'Cause-
like learning different types of conceptual languages, conceptual implications of math and logics. Those things all matter, but they're not empirical. They're just conceptual things. So you can have knowledge about conceptual things completely independent of any need to verify or make predictions. It doesn't matter at all. So you need no predictions to make knowledge claims about math or logic or conceptual things. Like, it doesn't make a difference at all.
Okay, and would you say that there is greater value on making the predictions because they're the most easily falsifiable thing based on evidence?
I don't care about falsifiability.
Okay, I mean, then a lot of people can BS a lot of things and make their own worldviews in a lot of things.
If you could BS future testable predictions and get them right consistently, I don't care. That is phenomenal.
Yeah, I agree,
Go for
but
it.
it's even more phenomenal if you can do it in one easy logical step, call
No,
it metaphysics, and then
that's-
have people be skeptical for no reason, right?
Well, no,
that's
that
also
isn't
really like,
hard. That's easy. Well, so like
no, it's,
if you could
it's easy
make
it's intuitive because it's true in every possible world. Yeah,
no,
of course
no,
it's
no, no.
easy.
It's easy
Like,
to
2 plus
make
2
up
is 4 is
stories.
easy 'cause
It's
true in every
easy to
world.
make up stories in our imagination. Very, very easy. Anybody
So
can
is
do
2
it.
plus 2 4 just made up, or is it an empirical fact?
Well, it's a
right?
description of
Like, we
reality. So
interpret-
it's something we look
Yeah,
at.
it's a description of reality,
It's
so we
something we
assume it's
see
reality.
and then make up a language to describe it. I don't care about that. Anybody can look at things we see and make up languages to describe it. Don't care. What I want is novel predictions of things we haven't seen yet. Tell me something we don't know yet. Get it right. And if you can get it right consistently, I don't care about how complicated or how pretty your theory is. That's evidence. You can make it whatever you want. Spiritual, God, Platonism, don't care. Square circles. If you have a theory of a round square and it can make future testable predictions and it can predict the lottery numbers 20 times in a row and get it right every time, I will grant the existence of round squares and married bachelors.
That's irrational, but okay.
Well,
Because
no,
now you have to make
the
an
point
assumption about something
here is
that's
that
never been proven.
the ability to be able to predict the future about reality is more important than the qualities of the hypothesis itself. I don't care about the qualities. And of course, I use that to an extreme.
No, but if we predict 2 of the same realities with the same amount of steps in each model, then we have no way of
They're
knowing
both
which model was
justified.
correct.
They are both justified. Luckily, that's pretty
Okay,
much
under
never
what-
happened.
under
That
what
never has
circumstances?
ever happened in the history of humanity. But if they did, they'd both be justified.
Right? How would you know? Wait,
Who
wait,
cares?
wait,
It's
wait.
never
So
happened. It's literally never happened. Never.
wait.
Yeah.
So you're going to
Yeah.
tell someone they're in the incorrect or the correct model based on what?
Based on their
Or do
ability
you
to
just
predict
not
the
care?
future.
Okay. So I don't understand the value in this at all now. Like I guess
Because
if you
it's
have
very,
2
very
models,
hard
one
to
of them
predict the
has
future. Imagination is very bad at predicting the future. So if you can have a model, a hypothesis that accurately predicts the future, consistently, reliably, testably, it's rational to believe that that corresponds to something outside of your imagination, because your imagination is very bad at this.
No, I'm saying that if you wanted to have some sort of metaphysical model that described the world, your view of how to obtain such a model has no way of helping us get closer to any of those answers.
Yes,
That's
it
the
does.
problem.
Yes, it does.
How?
Because
Name
again,
a
our
model that works.
imagination is very bad at predicting the future. If you have a model of metaphysics that corresponds to reality, that would be very good at predicting the future. And so if you have a model, a hypothesis that is very good at predicting the future, it's more likely it's of the metaphysical kind than of your imaginary kind.
But we're making a disconnect between the amount of assumptions made and the ability
Don't
to
care.
predict the future.
Remember, I don't care about the number of assumptions.
But they're directly correlated
No, they're
is the
not.
problem. If you
No,
have
they're not.
too many assumptions, then your ability to predict the future is going to be detrimental, right? It's
No,
going to be
no. So again,
Fine,
I
wait.
can make up an entire story of God who created
There's more variables to
Jesus, who
prove.
created Adam and Eve, who created Noah's Ark and flooded the planet, all this bullshit. But if in the Bible it said DNA is double helix, universe is 13.8 billion years old, Earth is 4.5 billion years old, Donald Trump will be president in 2020, whatever, that would be evidence of all of the bullcrap assumptions in all of theism. I don't
So
care about
I'm
the
not
number of
sure
assumptions.
what the Bible's not a metaphysical model.
Yes, it is.
It's at least attempting.
Metaphysics is the fundamental nature of reality. If God is the fundamental nature of reality, God is metaphysics. The Bible is metaphysics.
Yes, it starts out by making a fundamental metaphysical claim, but it's more of a narrative than an entire
it adds extra
like, if you want a
assumptions. It adds
read
extra
Pythagoras for a
assumptions.
metaphysical model.
Those are all extra assumptions added to it, which is fine. I don't care.
No, they're part of the craft of narrative. They're not trying to do philosophical discourse.
You're not understanding. Let's say there is a version of the Bible that literally every one of these is an added assumption to the hypothesis meant to be taken exactly literally. Don't care. Added assumption.
That's hermeneutical, but hermeneutically,
I
that's a
don't
nightmare.
care.
That's
I
just not how they
don't
thought.
care. Even
They
if
don't
it
care
did
about
that,
hermeneutics.
it would still be evidence. All of that would be fine. If the Bible said
yeah.
DNA is a double helix, universe is 13.8 billion years old, Donald Trump will be president in year X. If it got all these things right, no matter the infinite number of assumptions it wants to add about the bullcrap, they would all be supported by the fact it got the predictions correct. Number of assumptions is irrelevant.
I'm not Christian, so I don't have to defend the Bible, but still, I do think it's a hermeneutical.
The point wasn't for this to be a criticism of Christianity. It doesn't matter. This is a hypothetical.
Sure.
No matter how many assumptions you have, if it makes novel predictions, it's evidence.
Okay, but why? We have to assign a why value statement.
I've already answered that 3 times. Your imagination is bad at predicting the future. Metaphysics, if there is a reality, will be able to be good at predicting the future. If you have a model that predicts the future.
Sorry, we need a final vote or a final tally on which model is better if they both perform equally.
Again, that's never happened. I don't care. It happens so rarely that never happens. It's irrelevant.
If so, whenever it happens, we can have a new conversation.
Once that happens, you can accept both, and I'm like, okay, that's fine. Go for it. Accept both. Both are justified. Have fun.
Right. I just think we have to have more layers of logic than just making predictions.
No, this is the most layers. There is no greater amount of layers. Every other hypothesis ever invented, or every other criterion humans have ever invented.
But why do you reject the other layers? That's a good question.
What?
That's a good question. Why do you reject the other layers? Why do you reject the other layers?
Because they're crap.
Why?
They can't differentiate imagination from reality. They provide no ability to accurately predict the future.
But what does that statement mean? That's a metaphysical a priori statement. What does that mean?
It means that there's no way to show the difference between your Platonism and the magic puff dragon some drunk guy down the street made up. They have equal.
So if I'm able to say those same words at the end of your necessary burden of proof, then we're left with the same problem. That's the point I'm trying to make.
So in my case, in my case, both must be able to make successful predictions about the future consistently, reliably. And so once we've met that burden, then they'd be the same. But that burden is so high. So we've made so much progress once we've gotten to that point. We are way beyond the garbage Platonism ideas in your head at this point. We have made like 10,000 steps forward to a better hypothesis at this point. And so if you're at the point of 10,000 steps into the future with successful predictions, and you're trying to distinguish which of the amazing models that can make all of these predictions is correct, you're good. Pick one. Go ahead. Doesn't make a difference. Don't care. Pick whichever one you want. You have now eliminated all of the garbage in human imagination by like orders of magnitude better than your Platonic garbage.
But why? Like, why only spatial temporal predictions?
Well, it's the one that works, as far as I can tell.
Why does it work?
Because here's the thing. Everything we come up with is in our imagination, and we have to filter out the stupid ones, the bad ones that do nothing. We need a criterion to filter out the stupid ones.
Which is not a priori metaphysical claim, but okay, go ahead.
Well, no, it's not. It's a posteriori. So like there's some difference between my imagination and my experience. It's a posteriori. But there's lots of ideas. Most of them are stupid. How do we get rid of the stupid ones? Then we need some criteria that'll start eliminating them, getting rid of them. And the ability to predict the future is the best one to do that. It does it the best. It eliminates the most at the highest rate of accuracy. It has the most correspondence to reality. It does the best in every criteria.
Mm-hmm. So whenever you have these debates, are you trying to disprove metaphysical models of theists?
Sort of.
Okay.
More or less, I want
What
them to
is your...
provide evidence, and then I can debunk their evidence. Because my claim is more to prove
Of
that
course,
they have no
because...
evidence.
Right. So this is exactly what I'm talking about. The most intuitive claim, the fewest assumptions.
No, I don't. It has nothing to do with assumptions. It has to do with the ability to predict the future.
So you cannot put value on the burden of proof and then also not put value on number of assumptions or Occam's
I didn't say anything about the burden of proof. I hold the burden of proof. I'm making the claim that their evidence is garbage, and I want to prove all of their evidence garbage. I have the burden of proof.
Are we just throwing the burden of... So wait, atheism has a burden of proof now?
Mine does.
Is that how this works?
Yes, mine is a positive claim that all theist arguments are garbage, and I have a burden of proof to prove their arguments are garbage.
Okay. I've never heard of an atheist saying that...
I don't care. I didn't bring up the burden of proof stuff.
All right, cool. Okay. I think it does matter, though. I think if you're going to have different metaphysical models that describe the immediate experience that we're having, one ought to be logical based on logical premises, right? And if your only way of falsifying that is by future events, which could happen randomly, they could happen to all sorts of reasons, and there's no way to do the tiebreaker, then that's a problem with your worldview.
That is the so that is the tiebreaker, because it's never it's so rare that any ideas are able to predict the future that it's never been the case that two ideas make similar predictions to make this debate reasonable. It's never happened in the 100 billion humans who have ever existed with the hundreds of trillions ideas that they have ever had. It's never happened that two ideas were able to make synonymous future testable predictions and get them right, where we had to debate about which one's better. Hasn't happened. That's how...
Even if that was the case, you would need more tiebreakers, right, and I also
if that was the case. But you know what is the case? Platonic bullcrap has always had competitive Platonic bullcrap ideas at an enormous rate. So your ideology can't differentiate at all of any of those, whereas mine is so eliminative. It's gotten rid of every single competing hypothesis in human history because it's never happened that two have been able to do this at the same time. Whereas two have been able to do your criterion all the time throughout all history forever.
I think that Epicurus and the ancient skeptics did a much better job at discrediting Platonic models than whatever this is. Like, to be clear, because at least they went through the metaphysical model. If you can attack the internal logic of the metaphysical model, then you have something there. Just because you can rebuild,
I don't care.
Just because you can rebuild logical systems doesn't mean that that's the most rational thing to do. I think there's value in saying it.
Nope.
Can I reply to this guy? So
I want to say one thing real quick, and then I have to go. But logical consistency just means nothing. It just means your ability to imagine it, and that's it. No correspondence to reality. It could be the case that paraconsistent logic is the one that governs the universe. There's actually a section on the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy on Classical Logic titled "The Right Logic?" We don't know what the right logic is. Logic is just a representation of how we describe reality, how our brains work. Whether or not it actually corresponds to reality is up for debate. We don't know. We don't care. So whether there's logical consistency in an idea tells us nothing about reality. But if you can predict the future, that damn well does. I win.
And you still haven't explained why that's the case.
I literally did. I explained it like 4 times. If there is an actual model of reality that corresponds to reality, it can predict the future with 100% accuracy. Your imagination can't. So if you have a model that predicts the future with some level of accuracy, it's more likely the first than the last. There you go. GG.
So it's because logic can